that works. Hello, everyone. I just started talking, and you guys didn't hear the first part of it. Also, you can't hear them. Welcome. So if they're saying anything, which they're not, but if they were, uh, yeah, they could just talk. Yeah, that's great. Hello, everyone. Right now, they're talking over me, and I greatly enjoy it. The Zencaster's catching this, so y'all better watch your mouths. But Twitch is not. So hello, everyone. Welcome. You know what? I'm actually going to unmute them because I can't handle myself being here. Hello, you're live. Boom. You guys, they can hear you. The publics can hear you.
Oh, hello.
15 seconds because I knew Anirudh could deal with it.
That's about it. That's about all as much as I could do. A couple of things, couple of quick notes I'm going to mention here before that will not stay in the actual episode. So, first things first. This is going to be spoilers, obviously, because it's Arc 6 Q&A. Hey, Fran. Actually, hello, everyone that has joined. There's been a lot of people that have joined. This is the most active my Twitch ever is, so they're quieter. Can you... Oh, that's why, because this is set for video recording. Say words, guys.
Crank the volume.
Okay, that
Also,
literally...
my
Okay.
mic is quieter than it usually is. So,
I don't know.
All right, I'll be honest.
Is it?
You're fine on my end. I'm really adjusting volume for Daisy because you, Mohammed, and I mean this in the nicest way, are louder than Daisy.
Well, I can make your life
11.
easy and just shunt my mic over that way, and now I should be around the
12.
same volume level.
Both of
I
you guys say
think.
stuff? Yes, maybe.
13. 14.
15.
I'm gonna mute that.
15.
Okay, great, that works.
Yeah.
So, they're listening to this. Hello, everyone. A couple of announcements. Mohammed, hold up. Because this is important because I'm noticing that there's a small potential chance. First off, hello, everyone. Glad that you're here. Couple of quick notes. This is an Arc 6 Q&A. If you have not caught up to Arc 6 and basically if you're not caught up to the show right now, I would highly recommend you watch this when it comes out, or watch this when you're done with the arc. Or watch this on the backup YouTube channel because it will be there, Dorian Region Stream Vault, because I post them all there. That's the first thing. Second thing, the chat. Love the chat. It's great. I do not mind spoilers of things that have already happened. However, I personally know some of you have solved things that these two have not. So if you could do me a huge favor and not mention those things in the chat, I would greatly appreciate it.
I know nothing.
Well, question, Daisy, are you looking at the Twitch chat?
Sort of, but I'm also looking at the Discord chat mainly. I just got them split.
Okay. I was gonna say if neither of us are looking at the Twitch chat, then the Twitch chat could be a spoilery area. But
Keep any solutions that you have to, at best, theories. Structure them as a theory, so that I can claim plausible deniability, or something.
I mean,
along those
if it
lines.
means anything, you could tell me the answer and I probably still won't do it.
Daisy, it's not you that I'm worried about. It's Mohammed. The min-maxer that Mohammed is the one that I'm worried about, where he's like, ooh, answer, let me just tuck this away.
Okay, but Anirudh, you also know that when it comes to things related to the puzzles that you've presented us, I believe nothing that you tell me.
That's also true. But if they tell you, you might believe them.
Yeah, but I think my distrust of you very slightly outweighs my immense trust of our community, which says something about how much I don't trust you to you know, do something that my brain could compute. And I guess that's kind of the point.
Fair.
You do your job too well. I hate it.
I'm glad I'm glad that's something. So anyway, if you do have any ideas or items like that, please keep that in this category here. Let's see, what else do we have here? I'm going through the chat real quick to see if anyone has asked questions already. I have a list of all the questions that have been asked in our Discord or via email on a document. So I will pull that up and get that all ready. Let us see here. Cool, I think we're all good for right now. And I also would like to keep this, just because of the sheer volume of questions we've got, like to keep this related to the Q&A topics at hand. So, because we've got a lot of them, And I don't have a time limit, but I have a time like question mark thing anything. So I think what we can do is eventually get started. Let's see. Are we good here? Are you guys good? Actually, you guys talk while I set some more stuff up.
I'm talking? Okay, well,
Honoru, do you want us to stall?
No, what? Stall? No, never. Why would I ask you guys to stall?
I've
It's not
started
right at all.
drinking energy drinks because I'm a tired person.
Mm.
And it's probably a bad idea because they're making me reckless.
That's a bad sign.
As if you weren't already.
Okay. Look, the amount of nighttime recordings we've had has made me chaotic.
Oh no! I understand the distinction. No, 100%.
Reckless? Probably also yes.
Yeah, but it's a fine line, and the caffeine just rips the line out from underneath you, and all of a sudden, here we are.
It is a dangerous game that I am playing.
Yeah. I've never been a huge energy drink guy, but there was one point in college where I developed a mild addiction to Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not an
It
energy
take-
drink fan, but I have been
So-
drinking them regardless.
So, no, the views expressed now are not the views of the Aduran region. They're only the views of the people who say them. Please do not hold Honorud liable. Please do not
Should I be scared?
think Honorud sponsors or does not sponsor anything. Daisy, favorite energy drink. What are we drinking?
Oh gosh.
What's on the,
I don't know if I have a
what's been in the
favorite.
rotation? What's been in the rotation? Like what have we tried
Well,
out? What do we like? What do we not like?
I don't know the name of it. It's just the Aldi brand one, cause Aldi's a 2-minute walk from where I live, and they're 86 cents. So
Ooh.
We love ourselves some cheap products, folks. Right?
I love cheap anxiety. I can add it on top of the free one.
It's just a little boost, you know. So,
Mhm.
if you take the anxiety levels and you just crank them up, eventually they wrap around to become negative. That's how that works, right? Right?
I mean,
Right? You can overflow. That's how that works, right?
I think they eventually hopefully go around to become positive because they're usually negative.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, we're talking underflow instead of overflow. I got you.
I'm just hoping it balances out my inattentiveness.
I feel like that's such a I feel like that could go either way, and like that's just like a person to person thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like I know caffeine's supposed to basically make you not tired, and when you don't feel it's supposed to make you ignore that you're tired, and when you ignore that you're tired, you're kind of more like laser focused. But also, I feel like if you, I don't know, I've never been a huge caffeine person, but I can imagine that for some people, when your body is ignoring that you're tired, you're just like, oh, let me just do everything.
I love tea. Tea is my main.
Tea is fantastic.
I've tried coffee. Not a fan of coffee. It gives me panic attacks.
Oh, I just can't do the taste of coffee personally.
That too.
It's just too strong.
Do you think we've
people will
stalled
have me
enough?
try what was that?
Do you think we've stalled enough?
No. We've
Oh.
definitely not stalled enough. Otarud
okay.
interjects when we've
Okay.
what Otarud does is he
What?
slips into the conversation when we've stalled enough. And I hear him kind of trying to do it now, but I'm gonna just override it
Just
for a quick
rude
Yeah,
second.
we can just
talking,
push him out of the way. We can talk about
Exactly.
Avatar.
We could
I
talk
ran an
about
Avatar
I would
game
have
this
no
week.
input. I would have no input in that, but sure.
I
Okay.
mean, we need to get Otarud in on that eventually.
So, I'm ready. You guys ready? I've got everything pulled up. It's all good in the proverbial hood.
Sure.
Otarud, that was a 4 out of 10 segue. I was hoping to steer the conversation away and give you a little bit of a better kind of transition in, but I guess we could just roll.
Now listen, I'm rusty. We're all rusty. Hey guys, it's been a while. I think we can get started. I'm doing this mainly for Zencaster because this is where I personally note that this is the start of the episode. We good. We ready. Let's get started in 3, 2. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Not a Scratch, the only podcast that believes that Scratch is an overpowered move. I am your host, your PM, your DM, your GM, Andrew himself, and with me here, also not knowing the exact format that we're normally operating under.
It's me, Mohammed. Listen, sometimes it's just been a while and you don't remember how to Q&A and you don't remember how to episode and you don't remember how to Not a Scratch and you don't remember, life. And over to my right is someone who actually remembers exactly one thing about this show, and it is that it exists.
Oh yes, that is usually what I remember about the show until I sit down in my chair and we record. Then I remember every single thing that I've ever said into this microphone, and you cannot test me on this because you will find that it is not true. Oh yeah, I'm Daisy. Hi.
Perfect. Do you know how it's been such a long time I've forgotten stuff? I genuinely thought, and this might be wrong, I genuinely thought that the order goes me, pass it to Daisy, pass it to Mohammed. And the fact that Mohammed said something got me real confused. And right now, I'm kind of gaslighting myself in a way because I don't know which one's the right one.
I just forgot that we did a thing.
I didn't know whether or not we were gonna do the thing, but I mean, Honorude, I take slight offense to the fact that you don't trust my ability. It seems like subconsciously you don't trust my ability to make a quick little quip there.
No, it's not that. It's that I've been going through doing the Arc 4 summary episode, and that one, Mansoor's the middle guy, right? So the fact that
Mansoor was always the middle guy.
Exactly. So I'm so used to it being me
I
first,
became the
you
middle
last.
guy.
Yeah, I'm so used to it being me first, you last. That the fact that you aren't last confused me at first. But hello everyone.
I know my place now. This is fine. I'm not
Yeah, that's it. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Arc 6 Q&A, where we're gonna get some Qs and theoretically give some As. That's about it. Chat is going. For the people that are watching this, the podcast form. Unfortunately, chat, you can't see it. But if you want to see it, you can check out this stream that is available on the Adoran Region Stream Vault YouTube channel or on Twitch, assuming they're still holding on to it, because I know Twitch deletes VODs after 30 days, 14 days, a number of days.
One of those numbers.
It's a number of days, but the YouTube channel is there for the holdings. For the chat folks, you obviously can see chat. Feel free to chat. If you've got any questions, I would please recommend that you title it in some way, like Q&A : this, so that I know that it's a question you want us to answer as opposed to questions that are for the rest of the chat. I will be keeping an eye on it. I think Daisy is keeping an eye on Discord. If you're a member of our Discord and have any questions that you want to add in there, you can. We've got a lot of them, and I will be shouting the folks out that ask the questions because, they ask the questions. We get a lot. I cannot guarantee we will go through all of them, but I will try to get through a bunch of them. Is there anything else
This might be the first Q&A because, one, thank y'all for listening to the show. There's way too many of you now. This might be the first Q&A where we could guarantee that we probably won't get to every question.
Possibly.
At least not in a satisfactory way. There may be some questions that we either have to kind of lump in with other questions or hand wave away as in like, but what we can guarantee is that you'll enjoy this. Haha.
Let us hope so. So, apparently, if you want to check out Chaos, you can check out the locker room on Discord. Do I want to check out the Discord now?
There's a part of me that wants to look, but I have very staunchly in every Q&A only experienced it through my ears and not through my eyes. And
Oh shoot! I know what this is. That's not fun. Let me see.
Is there a fire that needs to be put out?
No, it's a fire. Well, it's a fire I created and attempted to put out ages ago that is now coming to bite me in the butt. I thought you would have posted this earlier, Pure Glaceon. But here it is. Let me just. You might hear doubles for a second. I don't think there's anything glitchy audio-wise. Are you guys hearing anything?
Nope.
As in your audio?
Just in general. My audio, the audio.
I mean, on this
I hear your
Endcaster ride,
voice.
we all sound fine.
Okay. It's fine. Just let me know, anyone in chat, if things are odd. The podcast version at least should be fine. So if there are any issues Twitch-wise, we'll have the backup that'll eventually turn into its episode. Yada yada yada.
Our new favorite said this. We'll fix it in post.
We'll fix it in post. I'm the post guy this time.
I say our new favorite said this because now it's a collective we, as opposed to we'll fix it in post means Honored will fix it in post.
Yes, that's true. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm quite literally going to do this a weird way. It's not in order. It's not progressing in any normal sense of the word. I'm just going to ask a bunch of questions to all of us. They're going to be random. I'm going through the list. If you have any questions and are live watching this, throw them in the chat. We will answer them, as long as, of course, my only request is that please keep it not a Scratch related, because this is a not a Scratch Q&A, and I would prefer to keep things focused mainly on the show. So, not a Scratch or the cast in particular. We may or may not answer.
And we say this for time's sake more than
mainly
ever.
for time's sake, yes.
Not that we don't love your questions, we just have too many of them.
Yeah.
All right, Honored, are you spinning the wheel of questions?
I quite literally am.
Wheel?
Wheel. All right.
The first question is, why is Victini bonkers? That's a great question, and I'd like to think Victini is perfectly happy.
Yeah, Victini seems to be loving life.
Okay, so
I think Victini's character kind of developed a little.
That's not
because
actually a
Victini
question, by
wasn't
the way.
always this way.
I should point that
Well,
out. That's
no.
not
I'm gonna treat this like a question. Honored, you're allowed to ask questions here too.
Oh, I guess
And I'm
so,
gonna
sure.
tell you what you did with Victini. You kind of developed Victini's character. I feel
Wait,
like
you're
in
gonna-
response to kind of what Victini's gone through, and Kyle's experiences with Victini, and now Rose is along for the ride too. There you go, Honored. There's your question. You got it answered.
Great. This isn't quite how I wanted, but sure, why not? I've literally spun a wheel of questions.
Oh my god.
It's not perfect. There's a decent chance the question that is being asked will be a name, but
Honored, did you just copy paste your spreadsheet of questions into a wheel spinner and just hit spin?
you know me so well.
Yes, I love it.
That's great. The problem is I have to find who asked this. Shout out to Cameron /Intellion Spy on Patreon. By the way, you can join our Patreon if you'd like. They're the ones that sent 100+ questions. Now, we will not get to all of them. And in fact, some of them we probably won't answer just because it's not really answerable. But let's go into it.
Cameron, if you're listening, why, not for our sake, but for your sake, 100 questions is one, we salute you, thank you for being a patron, but why?
I will say Cameron has
We-
some very
we don't-
detailed questions that have proven
Ooh, okay,
some of these,
okay.
like minor detailed questions that prove that I'm making the show up on the fly type of questions.
Nice. I'm here for this.
Yes. This is not one of them, however. It's an interesting question, though, and I think sort of related to some other ones that have been asked. Why are Pokemon Found Mystery Dungeons wild and Pokemon Found the City not wild? I'm assuming this is our universe's version. It's a good question, and one, like the vegetarian option, that I don't necessarily know if I have an answer for, beyond just it'd be hard to think about a logical answer there. In the games, at least, Mystery Dungeons, Pokemon in the wild versus in the city are odd because of the Mystery Dungeon aspect of it. So I would assume it's the same, that Pokemon that are in these dungeon things. I'm blaming Hoopa because that's the easiest thing to do. Don't quote me on that.
Something
That
about
works for
mystery
me.
dungeons just makes you want to go wild.
Yes. That's why these guys are fighting whenever
They're
in
also
Mystery Dungeon.
there might be some sort of like rogue versus civilian kind of explanation there too. but
Everybody in the Mystery Dungeon is
Nah.
a bad guy. That's what is theoretical.
They're all the ops.
They're all the ops, yeah. There have been questions in the Q&A. I will interrupt the questions I've got for Q&A questions because otherwise they will get lost to time. The question from is it Cyborger? I think. I just want to make sure I've got that right. They ask, "Who's your favorite Pokemon?" That's for all three of us. Mine, I think I've said it maybe once an episode. I think we average them all out. My favorite Pokemon is Wigglytuff because it's a bouncing pink bunny bundle of joy. Also, the Mystery Dungeon games. But for you guys, I actually don't know this about you two. What your favorite Pokemon is? Which feels like for Muhammad in particular, I feel like I should know this, but for some reason I don't.
Well, the reason you don't know this about me is because I don't know this about me.
Ooh.
Like I've been meaning to, and I've been slacking off. I need to go through like the favorite Pokemon pickers and just sit down and make a day of it and figure out what my favorite Pokemon is. I've got Pokemon that I like. I've got Pokemon that I don't particularly care for. Not many Pokemon I hate. So, yeah.
All right, so Muhammad can't
also
make
something-
mine.
It's something I need to figure out as well, truly, but for sake of everybody, and my easiest answer is just gonna be Greedent, because I love that stupid squirrel. And I do not play Pokemon Unite, and I don't think I ever anymore, and I don't think I ever will again. But that is the reason why I love Greedent, and Greedent is also the reason I know how to crochet. So Greedent.
Greedent has impacted your life in so many great ways.
Truly, Greedent is the reason that I learned how to crochet.
You're really? Huh. That's fascinating.
Yup.
Um,
So love that goofy squirrel who just runs around making people mad.
That's pretty true. Pure Glaceon, I refuse to comment about the presented evidence in the Discord. We'll talk about it. Never. So to the wheel we go. I do hope that the music is being displayed as well. I'm keeping the chat up here. I don't actually. I'll be honest. The Twitch stream is just the live aspect. It's not the most high quality Twitch stream because I can't do that. That requires like skill and other items of abilities and whatnot.
You have that skill. It's just this is the chill vibe. It's not a high production studio stream. This isn't a big Aduran region production. This is just us hanging out, having fun.
Ooh, this is an interesting question, and the best part is I don't need to say anything about this. This is from Erisnix on Discord. I probably butchered that, and I apologize. This is directed towards Daisy. Daisy, you're gonna get a lot of questions because you're new. For Daisy, how much control did you have in designing Rose's character? And if you were able to pick the type and species of Pokemon you would play as, what inspired you to pick Audino?
I had all of the freedom pretty much.
I think I specified types because I wanted you to be a recruit, and those had been established. But I think outside of that,
You heavily suggested types,
Yes.
if I remember.
That
But you
sounds
said, if there's one that you want that's not this, we'll figure something out.
yeah.
But you heavily suggested something like normal type, or I think dark type, or rock type, I think.
That sounds
Something
right.
like that.
Yeah.
There were a lot of options, and actually maybe I might be able to pull up my list of ideas here, because there's many different versions that we could have had. Let's see. I might have deleted all the specific. Oh, here we go. No. Thoughts. Normal type options. Things I was thinking about. Porygon, Eevee, Litleo, Munchlax, Chinsino, Girafarig. Dark type options: Sneasel, Sandile or Krokorok, or Umbreon. Rock type options: only one that I ever would have wanted to play, Tyrant. But we got a Tyrant in a different way here. Just love that little dinosaur. And then Ghost. Ghost type was the other option.
Oh, okay. Why did you-
Hisuian, Zora, Bayonet,
Oh, I know what you mean.
Litwick, or Alolan Marowak were the ones that I was thinking about if I chose Ghost type. And I don't know why Audino, I guess. Other than I pictured an Audino wearing a baker's hat and a little apron, and I was like, all right, this is the one. But also, there's another reason that hasn't been revealed yet, I guess, that made me lean more that way. But you know, maybe that'll happen in Arc 7.
The fact that we're contemplating this in Arc 7 means it's probably
Translation,
going to happen in
that'll
9.
happen in Arc 11.
Yeah, it'll happen in 9, 11,
No.
36.
I do like to envision a world where I was running around as an annoying tyrant who just wanted to bite everything.
Oh, I can imagine Kyle having to be like the
That would-
adult. of this.
That would have
That would have been a world where I was a literal child.
A different dynamic. Oh my god.
I think Kyle would have been older than
There
this
was-
tyrant. And I would have just been. Ow.
Except this tyrant is like the Poppy of the Elite Four of this universe, where it's like small
Yeah.
child has no business being here, insanely powerful.
Looks like we got an ad.
No
by the
You
way.
would check.
Oh, we've got ads happening now? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I can't get rid of
Well,
those
talk
without like Twitch being even more annoying to deal with for me. I'm just we'll just sit here and talk then. Apologies for that. Because I don't want to answer too many questions. You know what? I guess well, we could go through some of the not as scratchy questions actually. Questions that don't really
During the
mind.
ads.
Yeah, during the ads. This is a fun one. This goes back to Intellion Spy and Cameron asking, are Anaru, Mansoor, Muhammad, and Daisy your real names or stage names? That's my real name. That's Mansoor's real name. Muhammad, is that your real name?
I guess we'll never know.
Daisy, is that your real name?
Yeah.
Boom. Quick, easy, to the point.
Yeah, no, it's all our real names.
Boom. What else do we got here? Anything else that's Well, we got a couple questions about Mansoor. Will Mansoor come back, and if so, when? The offer is always there, but he's got a lot of real life stuff, work, education,
Yeah,
job, and
he's
stuff like that.
he's busy man's.
He's
yeah,
a busy man.
yeah.
Love him. Yeah, if he ever gets free and is interested, then I'm always down. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh,
Yeah,
you gotta
no,
join the show or else.
Door is always open. He made the decision to join. He made the decision to leave, and he can make the decision to come back whenever he wants. You
Yep.
know, we're all still friends. No hard feelings. So
I despise his guts actually because he supports a Premier League team. I don't. I still haven't picked my Premier League team. I'm getting into that now, guys. Oh boy.
oh my god, I should text him. He's probably in shambles right now. I need to text him.
And so where is Mansoor? The
He's
answer is
a
the where is
Liverpool
Mansoor.
guy, and
What would I have to pick?
where is Mansoor? Crying over Jurgen Klopp's decision to leave Liverpool. That's where he is.
Ooh. Who would I have to pick? I don't know rivalries left yet. Who would I have to pick to be an anti-Liverpool person beyond just like standard big team? What would distress Mansoor the
mean,
most?
To be honest, and this is actually kind of easy because it would pit you against both me and Mansoor. If you were a United fan, we'd both hate your guts.
Ooh, that's fun.
I wouldn't care. I don't know sport.
Yeah, Daisy, could you give us a detailed explanation about what's happening in the Premier League right now?
So there's this thing where there's a league of a bunch of
Mhm.
different people, and
Mhm.
it's not like any other league because
Boom.
it's a tier above, and it's premier,
Yeah.
top of the crop.
Mm.
And there are things that are happening there that are making some people upset, and some people are getting really excited about it. And we'll just have to wait to find out who gets the most excited and gets the big crown at the end of the league. And yes, I do not know what exactly we're talking about. I think it does have to do with some sort of spherical object that is moved around a field with your foot, but I could not be truly telling the truth because I don't know anything.
Now you're pretty on point.
Everything you have said is 100% accurate.
Yes, it is true that I also don't know anything.
No, exactly. That's all I said. Every single thing you've said has been 100% accurate.
You're not wrong. We've got Arsenal fans.
No,
in the chat.
entirely
Should I-
correct.
Should I care? As a apparently Man United fan also.
I mean, a little bit.
Okay. Why you have to do that?
Yeah. You're
Alright,
also. I feel like you're kind of dealing with your own issues right now too. You're kind of,
As Man
as
United?
a United fan, you got.
Yeah. As far as I know, everything.
Yeah.
The kings of the kingdom have decided to get dethroned like half a decade ago, and now they're just bouncing around from folks to folks and things to
Yeah.
things and stuff.
I'm always dealing with my own issues.
That's also great.
Or am I?
That sounded really sarcastic for some reason. I
Dun
apologize.
dun dun.
I make them other people's problems.
We've got chat back, at least according to my analytics. So, why are you? Oh, that's rude. They're doing things every half hour. Now? Can I change that? It used to be an hour. All right, you know what? Here, I'll ask the question while I.
I don't think you could change the way Twitch does
Boo!
these things.
Stop.
Twitch has very much increased their cadence over the past few months.
Yeah. Speaking of sports, actually, that's our next question. Going back to an Intellion Spy question. This is Intellion Spy, right? Yes. Okay. Are there any other sports in this world, the Outcast region world, that isn't baseball? And if so, what sports are there? I'm gonna throw this out your way because I have been thinking about adding sports, probably not as main plot points, but just as background detail thingy things. Because I want to have, going forward, I want to have a couple bullet points that I can mention in case you guys pick up a newspaper and the like. So, both of you, introduce a new sport or an existing sport that you would actually be at least interested in hearing me say a sentence about.
I mean, if we want me to get involved in sport talk, it's just gotta be Ultimate Frisbee related.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We can
Honestly, I feel like baseball and Ultimate balance each other really well in terms of like the types of athletes that you get between the two.
Or there's just a very, very competitive esports Splatoon league.
We bring Splatoon into this.
those are our two answers. Those are our two answers. It is Ultimate and it is Splatoon. I am here for both of these.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I second the motions.
All right. Boom. There you go. At least guaranteed references in Arc 7. Asterisk here. At least guaranteed referenced in Arc 7 to Ultimate Frisbee and a Splatoon league that we'll have to call something else.
Okay, Splatoon. What's a good other pun?
I mean, it could just be Inkay.
The Inkay League,
Yeah.
named after famed Inkay person.
but it's gotta be like a pun on like some sort of like military construct, right? Like Splat and Platoon, right? Splatoon. I was thinking like something like Brigade, like Inkade, but I don't know if that really works.
It's okay.
Yeah, we'll figure something out.
Malamarlisha.
Malamalish. I love it.
Sorry, I'm out here actually.
Those are the two.
I'm
When
actually
you're
coding this
playing,
thing.
when you're playing the, yeah, when you're playing the two, when you're playing like the team thing. Those are the two teams. It's the Inkade and it's the Malamarish. Those are the two teams.
Alright,
And strangely enough,
And somewhere in
not
the
only
background
sport
is a
for
beta sprite of an artillery.
Inkay. Oh my gosh. It could have just been Octillery.
Ooh. All right. Now we're getting deep questions. So, have we answered any questions that would actually require you to have listened to Arc 6 yet?
I have no idea.
I don't think so.
Not particularly.
Okay. This one
Other
absolutely.
than why
is.
Audi no.
Sure. Yeah. That I think.
Yeah, you could have listened to Arc 5. You could have listened to Arc 5.
End of Arc 5 had that.
Yeah.
This one is absolutely a spoiler for the Arc 6 and the end of Arc 6. So this is the final warning before we actually talk about stuff. So, final warning about that. 3, 2, 1. Our next question is from Eli. Eli asks, how hard of a decision was it to take Manaphy out of the party? I'm directing this to you two first before I talk about the behind the scenes, like construction wise, story wise.
I mean, was it our choice?
Well, one, there's the question of that, of course. I think
Yeah.
we did have Otaru definitely gave us a choice. Like we could have chosen to keep Manaphy in the party, and we would have finagled some way to get the Aqua Monica. Like I don't doubt that for a second. This is gonna sound very callous, and I promise, I love Manaphy. I love the gag. I love the character. But I was just very ready to hit the button. In the sense that like this was something that like had kind of been like this was the it was kind of like a Chekhov's gun in a way.
Yes, yeah.
Since basically arc 3. And I mean, if we did at that point, like it was. I don't know. I'm personally of the belief that if there's that thing hanging over your head, you let it happen, as opposed to, okay, but actually no, because if we said no, we want to keep Manaphy around, we would have just gotten the Aqua Monica anyways and kept Manaphy around, which like would have been fun, but it would have felt a little cheap, you know, at least to me personally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
And we would have denied Manaphy the due.
Yeah, Manaphy got its due. It's off doing its thing. Manaphy's definitely gonna come back at some point near the end of the series and just be like a demigod. And so, like, it's fine.
Manaphy comes back. Hello, Nissan. Hello, Auntie Rose. It is time for vengeance. It's time for night. I am Waterman. Waterman? Aquaman? Aquaman. Boom. Manaphy's Aquaman confirmed.
Watermon.
Watermon. It's not Batman. I am vengeance. I am the deep sea. I am Aquamon.
There it goes.
Boom. Manaphy grows up and all of a sudden becomes
no,
the older brother.
Manaphy's definitely gonna come back, and like, again, as callous as it sounds, for at least for me, like, I was very ready to hit that button because I think, you know, it's kind of, it was long overdue. I think.
True. Rose, you didn't have
Pun
as much
intended.
time with Manaphy, but your thoughts?
I mean, now we just have room for another kooky member of our party.
This
But-
is true. This
but
is
be
the other
like-
thing. Yeah.
Be like, Susie, get on board. Let's do this.
We just need to find another potentially legendary child.
Yeah, no, you're going legendary child. I was just thinking, like, the requirements for this show are there must be at least one, there has to be at least one grade schooler and one baby at all times. So we're like, all right, Kyle just constantly has the child art. The partner can be whatever. We've had another child, we've had an adult, and then one baby.
We've got an opening for a tyrant. it
Yeah.
seems.
Full Tyrant did. Roses. Daisy's
I was
turned to, like, two
gonna say, if we're
characters.
going the legendary route, we've been stuffing a fake Nebby in the bag this whole time. Maybe it's time for a real one.
Manaphy's gonna come back at level 75 for the final battle.
Man, if he's
just
gonna
comes
come
back
back as a Lunala.
Gills. Manaphy's like, he's like, look, guys, you thought it was a Manaphy this whole time? No, I'm gonna retcon everything. I was
Okay,
actually a
okay,
Cosmo
okay.
the entire time.
Twitch chat has done it. We have room for the one and only EIIM.
Oh no. Hey Piplup, you want to join the jury?
Do you want to be permanent party
Chat.
member?
Chat, do you want this Q&A to happen or not? Because one more reference like that, and that's it. The Q&A is over. We're gonna lose it.
It's gonna be that for the rest of the entire show. Kyle and Rose will just
I
be
don't-
gone, and it will just be the one and only.
Oh boy. We can't. We can't. Did I do it? Did I legitimately do it? I somehow did it. I have rolled the title card on my questions list. 100 flipping questions, and I get that. I've gotten 2 names as well, and I'm like, I can't do anything with this. This isn't the question. Oh,
Listen, Enroute, it's
Yep.
the V wheel. You just gotta roll with it.
V will gonna do what V will gonna do.
Okie doji.
Oh my gosh. We can talk about Scarlet and Violet, actually. I think there are a couple questions about Scarlet and Violet. Like, I played the game now. I know what happens. That's what.
Yeah, he gets all your references now.
I get the references. I can watch the videos that you
know.
posted, Muhammad, like a
Well-
year ago.
Well, I can't make many Mochi references. He won't get those.
I know what happens. I didn't bother. Not.
I know you've spoiled
I've
it
spoiled
for
myself.
yourself, but like still,
I'm like, I got it.
I just felt the need to point out the fact.
Even when I'm done, I'm still technically not done. I got to keep something out there. Next question, going back to Inteleon Spy. What is the Pokemon you want to bring or meet on the show? Oh wait, no, I didn't even talk about my Manaphy thing. It kind of builds into what Muhammad was saying. It's one of those plot points I had out there. I will always, because despite saying that I'm the GM and have control of the story, I don't actually have the control of the story. In the sense that none of my ideas are good enough that I think I need to keep this the way that it is. So if they had decided, hey, you know what? How about we just take the do and like walk away? I would have been like, all right, that's fine. And would have continued on.
Leave
It
the
would have been-
Aquamonica, take the do.
Yeah, but it's just like, you know what? We don't actually need that Aquamonica. I have a Ditto friend from 1,000 years ago that has one. I'm just going to take them down. And then wander around from there. It would have been weird, I think, like Muhammad was saying, to have this sort of plot point that for 2.5 arcs we've been building up to, and then be like, how about no? But I would have let you do it. I've let you do worse, you know.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Anyway, that's the Manaphy thing. Back to Inteleon Spy's question. What is a Pokemon you want to bring or meet on the show? So any Pokemon that's in existence that you would really like to see in the show, either as a friend, an enemy, a reference, stuff.
I have a list.
You do have a list. One of them is this Tyrant we've been talking about for a while.
Well, we do already have a Tyrant as
Wait, no, I need to go to-
the steamboat captain. Remember, who's got the most capable skull.
Shoot, we do have a Tyrant. Oh my god.
So we
I
can't
don't-
have another baby Tyrant because this is where I drew my Tyrant in. But I do have a list, and I will not read all of them because it is a long list. But my favorite ones here, Hisuian Sliggoo, Satotl, where is the other? Gimmighoul, specifically the roaming form.
Oh, of course.
I love
Chessboard's
roaming
board, yeah.
Gimmighoul. Some people in the Q&A might know my appreciation for the roaming Gimmighoul right now, but that is not revealed yet. Skrelp is cool.
Skrelp?
see.
Really?
Yeah.
That feels very random.
Now, Otter, that was also my reaction, but
Maybe this one will throw you off too. Cradilly.
I'm not gonna lie. I see Cradilly more than I see Skrelp.
And Beware. Those are some I'll read off.
Okay.
There's a long list though.
Some of them I can see, some of them I have ideas for. Skrelp, I'll be honest, is a Pokemon I know exists, and that's it. Like, I got nothing. I got no logic about it, nothing much about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's I now I gotta figure out a way to get Skrelp. Mohammed, you're got one?
I mean, as crazy as it sounds, I don't have a list prepared. I don't have anything written down, as crazy as it might seem.
Whoa,
But off the top of my head, when I heard the question, my gut instinct, I forget where we landed on the establishment of the existence of things like Ultra Beasts and Paradoxmons. These more like extra dimensional Pokemon.
I think so far
but-
what we have is that they are considered legendaries and mythicals for your deck.
For the deck, but whether or not they actually exist, like in the guild of like legendary Pokemon, I think has been left undefined.
Mm.
I don't think we've mentioned that we've seen any.
Yeah, that they haven't been seen or anything.
But to me, the image of Kyle just craning his neck 90 degrees back to make eye contact with a raging bolt, it just tickles. It is funny.
Oh, that's fun. Oh gosh, I don't. There's a lot. I don't have a list per se, but I have a lot that are just popping into my head. The biggest issue is just plugging them in.
That's the reason I have a list. Is because whenever you come up and say there's somebody in front of you, I can just look at that and go,
That is
here's
true,
who they
yeah.
are.
See, because we have opposite approaches. Me, I think of what Pokemon fits the scenario. You think of what Pokemon do I want to see in the show. This is my chance. Let's make it happen.
Interestingly enough, this is where Meloetta comes from. Meloetta is on this list, I just realized.
Oh, that's
Oh.
right. Yeah, that makes sense. No doubt. I literally asked you like which legendary did you see? What's the whole
This
thing?
list exists before Unrude reached out to you about the show. I'm assuming not.
No, but from the
Daisy has this list of Pokemon like I better see this in this show.
This is what I want to see and not a scratch, and I will write it in my journal and ship it to them.
Along with the script.
From the like 3 months from when Onrud was like, "Hey, you're gonna join this show," to let's talk about your characters. I started the list of things, and there was a
Nice.
list of ones I potentially wanted to be, and then a list of other ones I thought were cool but didn't want to actually be.
You care so much more about playing this game than I do.
This is just how my brain works.
No, it's a-
like
it's a-
Dreepy. Dreepy's cool. I don't want to be a little baby Dreepy though.
No, it's a perfect balance of we have Muhammad, who's I think I mentioned this in the Discord. Muhammad wants to play the system and like see okay what works, what doesn't, and I think a lot of his joy comes from like ooh busted strategy. Let me figure this out. And then Daisy wants to play the character, and so goes into that sometimes to the detriment of Daisy playing Rose away in a certain way. I'll be like, do I want more information or do I want to do what I think Rose would do? Let's do what Rose would do. Punches information in the face. And it's a fun balance because it's a nice because Mansoor was played a similar sort of way. Mansoor was playing Ralph.
Yeah.
Muhammad's
Although
playing
it seems
Muhammad
like what Rose
in a
wants
way.
to do tends to infuriate the audience.
It's basically like, hey, I'm gonna give you the answers to the test, and then Rose, either out of morality or anger, is like, no, rips the paper, tosses it away. I have a lot. Let's see, a lot of legendaries I want to introduce just in general, so a lot of them are gonna eventually show up because those are the ones with the real lore and the backstory and stuff I can build off of. I'm trying to think. I want to bring in Wobbuffet and Wynot. No idea why, but in the games they're hilarious. In the Mystery Dungeon games.
I
so
mean,
gotta
why
bring
not?
them. I mean, why not indeed? There's a bunch. Arguably every Pokemon that exists, I would be interested in bringing in some capacity. The question is whether or not I can find that capacity. So yeah, there was a question in chat. What's your opinion on Pal World? I apologize. My opinion is not going to be very inflammatory or anti-inflammatory. It's not my type of game, so I don't, because I'm not a big shooter type thing and it's sort of open world thing. I play the mysteries. I play the visual novels.
It's
So I don't know too much.
It's a survival game. It's not even like an action-y game. It's really just it's Minecraft kind of.
Okay.
I don't know what
Yeah.
Pal World is.
If you want to be
Keep
really,
it that way.
it's very what's the best way to
people
describe it?
people have been calling. Yeah,
It's very
people have been
opinionated.
calling it Pokemon with guns. That is so reductive and also not very true. Because all right, I have thoughts not on the game itself, but on the reception and talk around the game. Only because the only reason I've played this game is because me and a bunch of my friends have Game Pass, and so we've just been playing the game together.
Mm.
And my friends will constantly be comparing it to the Pokemon games, and I'll be like, but it's a different game. And they're like, yeah, but it's better than Pokemon. I'm like, yeah, you're entitled to that opinion. I disagree.
Mhm.
And it's like, but Pokemon's not a good game. And I'm like, I know. I don't care. I like it.
That's kind of yeah.
Which is like, yeah, like I yeah, like that's it.
Um,
Those are my takes.
knowing you, Daisy, I don't know if this is up your alley in terms of type of gameplay. But it might be. I don't know. You might be a.
If you like survival games and base building games, you'll enjoy Palworld.
That's probably yeah.
That's it.
Is it similar to either Pokemon or Splatoon?
No.
Probably
Then
not.
probably not. Those are the two games I'm playing
There you
right
go.
now.
There you go. Yeah,
Yeah.
as simple as that.
Yeah, I,
Heavily
apologize.
You
Splatoon
would
leaning
probably not
right
enjoy it.
now.
I apologize that this isn't necessarily the guys, this is the greatest game ever, or this thing is a ripoff opinions that some of the more inflammatory people like to have. But I honestly, I don't know too much about it beyond like the discourse about it, and it's not a type of game that I would play. But
This
yeah,
this game, no one's gonna be talking about this in a month. Because everyone's kind of already explored the core gameplay loop. The people who like this game really like this game, and the discourse around the game is more just around, oh my god, what if Pokemon... People aren't going to care in a month.
we'll see. Because based on my upload schedule for podcast stuff, this Q&A is coming out in a month. So
Oh, well, there you go. There
Yeah,
you
who
go.
knows?
If
Yeah.
you're listening to this when when the episode is, released, if you're listening to this on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or wherever else you get your podcasts. I know Google Podcasts is shutting down. I don't know if they're going to move all that to YouTube or not. I don't know.
it is, yeah. It's moving to
uh,
YouTube Music, technically.
There,
Right? Yeah.
there you go. There you go. Yeah. But yeah. So if you're
Uh-oh.
right in,
There we go.
let us know on Discord. Are people still talking about Palworld? My guess is no, because by then Pokemon Day will have come and gone, and no one's gonna care.
Let's find out though. Zelda reps. I want to be one. I'm not yet, but I do want to be one. Sorry, that was just a random aside. More questions.
Yeah, no, go for it.
I didn't spin the wheel. I wanted to spin the wheel. Long story short, to answer the question of the Intelligent Spy, all of them, all the Pokemon, bring them all in. Find some lore. Figure that out. Speaking of Intelligent Spy, what is the Arc 6 giveaway? TBD. I think I did an Arc 5 one, and technically speaking, there's like Arc 3 stuff that I'm supposed to still be doing, which I haven't done because of everything. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't.
Full
Come
disclosure,
back to me later.
Full disclosure, there could have been a fire Arc 6 giveaway, but I didn't pull the trigger. I was in New York City recently, and I went to the Nintendo store because I had to kill some time. And there was a Trico plush, and I did not buy it. There could have been a fire Arc 6 giveaway.
Blame
and
Muhammad. then.
I didn't do it. Yeah, blame me. I got a fun shirt, and I was on a budget, so.
Going back to another question from Italian Spy. In the Halloween special, who did Daisy play? Do you remember Daisy?
I do not.
I can go back and find out. It's
Remember.
probably in the
Oh. It's on my. I don't remember their name at all, but they were definitely a Meryl because this was when Henry's story was going around, and I was
that's
like, all right, we're talking about Meryl,
you played
and I
Pepper.
was probably just
There you go.
yeah.
So Pepper the Meryl. There you go.
What happens if we run into an Azumarill named Pepper?
That would be a
Hmm.
decision that I made, which I don't know. You have
I
a
don't know.
strong opinion about it? You're anti-Meryl now?
No, not particularly. But the the opinions of Pokemon Unite have seeped into my brain, and I don't care that much about it.
Newsflash: Meryl, worst Pokemon according to Daisy.
Nah. It's just only Ite in Pokemon Unite, so
Oh, okay.
don't take that as a reason to dislike anything.
Another Well, actually, this isn't. Well, I'll answer it real quick. Mohammed, I'll get your thoughts about this because you've been in this campaign. Does Mayor Patrick on the Enduring Cast Operation E-Clock have a Star You or Star Me named Patrick Star?
Oh,
We're going to a thing that we recorded I think a year and a half ago that I still technically haven't put the final
Yeah,
episode
oh
of
my-
things out. The only things I've mentioned,
my
which I don't know
God.
if I did this with you or with another player, he's got a Pidgeot. That's the only thing that's been confirmed about him Pokemon-wise as of now.
yeah.
This is more of just a, do you think
Great joke.
his name is
Great,
Ben?
great joke. Great quip. I don't know if it applies. If there's a different starfish Pokemon, maybe.
Besides Star You and Star Me, I can't think of one, please.
Yeah, I can't think of one either. But if a different starfish Pokemon exists or comes into existence, then yes.
Alright, let's see what else we got here. Timeline-wise, I don't think Pepper the Marrow would have been able to evolve. Ooh, well, we've established that
No,
evolution isn't a
that's
thing,
exactly
so,
why.
yeah.
That's exactly why I asked it. That's exactly why I asked.
I can't ask that yet. That's not, that doesn't work.
Oh, looks like there's another ad break coming up.
Man, I gotta fix this. I do not want to do half-hour ads.
The Meryl and Henry story never evolved anyway either. So.
That's true, yeah. Come on.
It also was just named Meryl, so
The Meryl was named,
Did-
Meryl.
not Pepper.
Okay, it's gonna be an ad break. I'm gonna ask more of the frivolous questions, as in like not related to the plot of this. So here's another one of those questions. Where is it? Right. Ooh, this is a good one. What's your favorite game franchise that isn't Pokemon?
Ooh, that's a good one. What other game franchise? Like the only game franchises that I've put like as much time into as Pokemon have been like sports game franchises.
I mean, I guess technically it would probably have to be Legend of Zelda. But I also, those are different questions than, well, I guess the different question
I don't-
is, what's your favorite game franchise other than Pokemon, and what games do you play most often? Because I don't play a lot of Legend of Zelda anymore, because I'm at the last thing to do in Tears of the Kingdom, so I'm probably gonna
Well,
put
yeah,
it away
yeah.
for 3 years.
Those are two different questions. Yeah. Like for Honorrude, I know it's a coin flip between Zelda and Ace Attorney.
Well, I've
Like,
never played Zelda games, so
Which one? I don't
technically,
know.
it technically wouldn't be that. I don't feel right being a favorite franchise when I haven't played the Zelda franchise, at least.
Ca- I don't know. I think you can enjoy something without having experienced it firsthand.
I suppose. I haven't done many of the Zelda games. That's the one hesitation I have towards it. Well, the Ace Attorney franchise, I've surrounded
Yeah.
myself with that for a while, so maybe it's that. What else is there? That when Madden was good. Remember those days, Mom?
Mm. Dude, dude, Madden 13. I put so much time into that game. Oh my god, I played that game so much. I loved it because it actually played well. It was balanced.
Ooh, yeah, those
Um,
were the days.
I'm a Fire Emblem fan.
I want to get. There's so many franchises that I want to get into. Fire Emblem's another one.
Been playing Mario Wonder. That's pretty fun.
Does Jackbox count as a game franchise?
I would say. So.
I guess, yeah.
Does it count as a
mean,
franchise?
I would think so. There's
Yeah,
like
it's
10
just
of them.
party games.
Yeah.
In the last 3 months, I've
Me and
probably added
me
like
and some
60
friends
hours of Splatoon.
recently- Yeah, you've been on Splatoon for a while now. You've been on that grind.
What other games have I played? Jeez. When I think about it, it's really just a lot of Pokemon. Gosh. It's Pokemon, Madden, and oh gosh, what else is there? The Ace Attorney franchise, random mystery games and stuff like that. Like I love the Grimoire series. I played that on my YouTube channel. That's a very underrated. It's like an indie mystery games that I really enjoy. But yeah, no, I haven't really played many different games. Yeah, I think that was the audio cutting out for a split second. I think that was Mohammed's mic at that point, but I think it's good now. Or no, that is drop frames. Sorry, that's mine. I think it's good now. Though.
Well, also no, my internet's also very choppy. So.
But I think the ad's done. So let's head back to other questions. What else we got here? Oh, that question, by the way, is Intellion Spy. That favorite game franchise that isn't Pokemon. A lot of the "What's up with you guys" questions are Intellion Spy. Shout out to them. Speaking of,
okay. Okay. I'm slightly less concerned about the 100 questions now because 100 questions on just not a scratch is like wow, impressive. That's a little too much. We have not established enough lore for 100 questions.
You could dive into us very carefully. How'd you find out about Glitch X City and tabletop audio? Another Intellion Spy question. I'll ask you guys about Glitch X City. I'm not sure if either of you guys knew about tabletop audio prior to the show. What drew you into Glitch X City and the great remixes that they make?
Neurodivergency.
Fair. Fair.
That
does
valid.
That does help.
Over the last 3 years, I think I've been in the like top 0.05% of Glitch X City listeners on Spotify.
There you go. I feel like if you do any sort of content creation, or you listen to Pokemon music, you've come across her stuff. She's the biggest name in the game. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got a whole playlist of Glitch X City ambiance songs that I put on now to do my homework, when before I had put it on to do my entire workday at my previous position.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Beeps and boops click my brain just right.
Yeah, no, I think I forget which remix it was. I think it was just listening to other podcasts use their music, and then on top of that, I think they've been they've been in the background a lot of like YouTuber music as well. So it's kind of just one of those things like, oh, you go in the description, there they are again. That's for Glitch X City.
Oh,
at least.
For real though, shout out to Glitch X City.
Yep.
If you
It's
do
phenomenal, yeah.
really enjoy her stuff too, you can go find her and support her and stuff too. It's very cool.
Yeah. Oh, another thing I've seen of her, she's there was a point where there was the Pokemon Cypher and the Pokemon rap game on YouTube blew up in a way where it was like, hold on, this is actually kind of heat. And she did do a lot of production work with that community as well. So, because I mean, naturally, she's just the biggest name in the game. So.
Shocker, Glitch X City, very good.
Insane. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah. Tabletop audio, at least. I don't know. Did either of you guys hear about tabletop audio prior to me using it as music?
I was using it in Two's Company for a while, but I think that I started putting that in after this started.
Okay.
So,
Who would,
I don't know.
gosh, was it Two's?
I first heard of tabletop audio when we were putting together, the little reference sheet for editing, and Audrey was like, "Yeah, tabletop audio," and it's like, "All right, there we go."
First place I heard it, Quest Company Junior.
That's who it is. Yep, Quest Company Junior. Shout out to them. I think that's where I
And
probably got
Glitch X City first heard Critical Ditto.
Shout out to them as well. Shout out the Roaring Trainers as well. Just those three shows in combination. All right, I've mentioned this a bunch of times. I'm going to continue to mention it. Those three shows, a few other ones as well, were the inspiration for this whole shebang. So, shout out to them. Listen to them, especially when I'm not uploading episodes. So, all right, let's see what else we got here. Spin more questions. There's a question on here that I'm trusting the wheel at this point. If it lands on this question, chat's about to riot. A question for all of us.
You want to ask us this question?
I'm not going to. Question: if you can speak another language, how did you learn it? Do either of you speak another language?
I'm currently trying to learn Spanish again. I don't know if that counts.
I feel that. Mohammed, any you speak fluently?
Not to the point where I'd call myself fluent. But I mean, Arun and I are both from immigrant households, so the bilingualism is kind of baked in.
The bilingualism is real.
Yeah. I can hold conversations in Tigrinya because my family's Eritrean. And I can understand Arabic. Can't really speak it all that well. But I can read and listen to Arabic okay-ish. And yeah. I'm doing Japanese on Duolingo, but that's more for fun because I know I'm not going to get good at Japanese just through Duolingo.
Right. For myself, English, I'm okay at it, as you can tell by this. The language my family speaks is a language in southern India called Tamil. And it's southern India, Sri Lanka, I think, oh gosh, there's another country that has a decent Tamil population, but I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Really?
It's either Bangladesh or Indonesia, Philippines, somewhere in that area that has a decent sized population.
I would have thought Bangladesh would be a little too far north. I didn't think they spoke Tamil over there.
That's my one hesitation because I'm like that. I'm pretty sure that can't be right because they probably speak more Hindi or other languages. There's another country I can't think of off the top of my head, but mainly southern India, Sri Lanka, they speak Tamil. So I can read, not read. Sorry, I can't read or write. I can speak. I'm colloquial Tamil, I guess. I know I still remember enough French to have a very, very basic conversation, and that's about it. And then learning Japanese as well, for a couple of different reasons. But mainly English and Tamil are the two languages that I got. Okay, what else we got here? Another Intellion Spy question. How do you tell if a Pokemon is male or female? In which universe are we talking here?
I'm assuming this is not a Scratch universe.
If it's not a Scratch universe, it's what my coin flip says. Or maybe I just, or I think I quite literally just roll the odds of the gender distribution thingy thing that the game programs. So if it's like
Usually you just ask them.
or I just flat out be like, yo, what do we think here?
Onrud usually just tells us, and we go, okay.
It's polite to ask someone's pronouns when you meet them for the first time.
Very
so.
true.
That too.
Yeah. Yeah, as characters, you probably be like, hi, let me introduce myself. You introduce yourself. Go from there. And that has not caused anyone to yell at each other yet, so it's thumbs up so far. In the games, I think it depends on what it's like. Sometimes there's no difference. Sometimes there's like physical color differences or like shape differences.
In the games, you look at the indicator next to the name.
That also works, yeah. Imagine that, yeah. I've always wondered, does that health bar thing actually show up when you're like playing a Pokemon game? It's just like this little energy thing that just pops up. It's like, cool.
I like
You're at
the way
68 health.
that it was kind of depicted in Pokemon Origins. Or is it called Origins? Yeah, it's called Origins. Where it's like a scoreboard next to the battlefield.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That's
I don't know. Yeah. Fantastic miniseries. I fully enjoyed it.
All right. Good. Daisy, anything else to add there?
No?
Cool. Great. Next question from Pure Glaceon for the Q&A. What do you think? What do you see Selena the Glaceon as a person or as a Pokemon? I guess in this case, I love this because this is helpful information. She was supposed to be a cold-hearted but shy Glaceon in her mid-20s. Ended up being an energetic, happy-go-lucky 9-year-old. Now, to be fair, I think Selena is still in her 20s. Just acts like a 9-year-old. It's not quite what I envisioned. Lucille was spot on. I hate the fact that my answer is this answer, but it's kind of just I read your stuff and then forgot your details and made up my own details. And it has so far not ruined the story.
I mean, also we've only actually interacted with this character once. Really,
Very true.
So
Yeah. We could change it. Maybe
it could have just been.
really happy.
It could have just been how they're acting in that.
Rose
instance.
has interacted with this character once. I don't know if Kyle's actually had a notable interaction with this character outside of a group setting.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think just as a group. So I apologize for that. It's but I think it works interestingly well, and you know, maybe I'll change my mind. Maybe Selena was just real happy to make a friend or something. Going back to Intellion Spy, another question we've got here. How has Kyle changed since the beginning of Arc 5 since Ralph has been gone? We've gone through multiple arcs now, a solo arc and a new partner arc.
Yeah, this is interesting because, well, it's interesting because I like the phrasing of the question, because when you ask since Arc 5, right? Arc 5 was kind of a soft reset for Kyle too, in a way, right? Because we had to kind of reestablish what is Kyle like, right? In this second timeline. But I guess Arc 5, we didn't see much change in Kyle. It was just Kyle going about Kyle business.
Kyle doing what Kyle does.
Just Kyle doing what Kyle does. You know, it was... I think Arc 5 was more an exploration of, if no Ralph, what is Kyle? Right? And so we kind of got the time to establish that. And then Arc 6, I think we've seen kind of the change and the adjustment in Kyle in terms of, like, you know, being more communicative, I think, is a big one. Learning how to kind of communicate with someone who's going to challenge his ideas. Because to that point, Kyle was never really challenged on anything, right? The other recruits all kind of just went with what Kyle said as Kyle became more of kind of a prominent figure in the recruits. I'm trying to think if there's any other big changes that Kyle's kind of gone through. There's the whole magician thief stuff, which I think Kyle's still a little confused. Kyle never really fully trusted the magician thief, and it's a weird relationship those characters have. That's kind
I
of
don't
developed.
like
I don't know if
you,
it's
but I
really
don't
changed.
hate you.
No, exactly. It's more of a, I don't like you, we don't get along, but we're kind of forced to work together here, and I can live with that. So I don't think that's really impacted Kyle's character at all. But yeah, I think the big thing is just more, the change in Kyle has been, the thing that's changed for Kyle has been being challenged on his ideas, which has kind of forced him to grow in some of those ways.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if
That's
Daisy,
my take on it.
I don't know if Daisy or I could really offer much input on this question.
Huh?
Oh, y'all definitely can.
Uh,
If you have thoughts.
Daisy, your thoughts, if you have any, about how Kyle has changed from pre-Ralph leave, post-Ralph leave. If you've seen any change in the character of Kyle.
Well, I kind of answered the question more of since Ralph left till now.
Yeah.
Oh, even that, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's hard to tell through Arc 5 because there's been a lot of like Muhammad said, just Kyle saying all the decisions. But I think having a second person there has been a good way to frame different things we see Kyle like changing and growing in, or at least to frame the reason behind the I'm making all the decisions now
Right, yeah.
aspect of things. I don't know.
yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see if Kyle changes more.
I think Kyle's character definitely has a lot of room and potential for growth. It's just a matter of what direction it kind of goes in.
Fair. I'm going to ask a question that was in the chat just now, and then ask a follow-up question, not necessarily... All right, so let me ask a question. Have the players forgotten they were told how to get to Requeque? I like Requeque. So, have you forgotten that, or do you know the answer?
I don't believe I don't believe you when you say we've been told. I know that you saying this means we've been told. I don't believe you.
Was I here when we were told?
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I do not remember how explicit I have been about telling you how to get to Requeque, which I'm now going to refer to for the rest of this arc, or rest of this Q&A session. Now, Chad is
I
asking.
think we just go up.
That is fair, yes. That's not wrong, Daisy. Now, Chad is asking if they can remind you. Would you like to be told in this Q&A session, or reminded, how to get to Requeque?
I mean,
no.
I don't know.
I personally would say no, because this is going to cloud my thinking when we sit down to start recording Arc 7 and are brushing up on what we were planning on doing, because my memory of everything is so shot, and I don't want this to kind of interfere with that. That's my take. Once we get into Arc 7, if you want to give us, well, at some point you're going to give us a reminder of that.
I'm going to be like, answer in this envelope right here. Pick this up.
Yeah, exactly.
Requeque will come down and be like, hey, you know I told you how to get here, right?
Guys, I
Can we
gave you
just
the
go?
instruction manual. Can you just show
For
up?
the record, I really don't think I've been told how to get to Rayquaza.
Chad is
I don't know who Rayquaza is.
He's like, I don't know who we're talking about here.
I only know Requeque.
That's true. Yes, actually, yeah. Requeque.
Maybe that's my mistake. Maybe hold on. Let me research the memories with Requeque instead of Rayquaza. Maybe that'll find something.
I know Rayquaza is up, but Requeque, I don't know. Gotta come to us.
So there you go. They don't remember if I did tell them, and they don't want to know because
Daisy doesn't remember. I refuse to believe that I was told.
There you go.
Yes.
I'm gonna hold off on this question. I'm gonna try to get to more scratchy stuff. Eli's saying, I'll give you the envelope with how to do it, and Rose will take it and tear it up.
Maybe.
Yes.
Who knows?
Oh, I'm gonna use a One Piece reference that I haven't seen, but I know the gist about it. It's from the One Piece movie where Luffy gets that cheat code to find the One Piece and then just smashes it. It's like the time. What's it?
Mm-hmm.
Like the hourglass thing, right?
Something. Oh gosh, I forget exactly. There's just something like that.
That's it. That's just Rose right there. Rose is like, answer key, smash. No, I refuse. Quick question from Pure Glaceon. I can answer this very quickly. Just find it on my sheet here. Hello. There you go. Was the Glaceon on trial in Arc 3 Selena? Short answer, no. Slightly longer answer, it's a reference to at that point, would it have happened? I think so, yeah. It's a loose reference to another show that, are they still in existence? Of Chaotic Pod, who was on. Were they on that Halloween episode? I think they were.
I think so, yeah.
I think you vaguely mentioned this before.
Where's my show? That's of Chaotic Creation. There you go. Wait, was it It's been so long since I've.
Yeah.
Chaotic Creation.
No, I think you have mentioned this before, actually.
Let's see here.
Either that or this moment of deja vu is just really messing with me.
I might have mentioned it. Yeah. So Chaotic Creations.
like
It's Harper and Darby that were there. They were the other folks on the Halloween episode, along with Daisy here and Patrick. And I'm trying to remember why that was the case. I think Jennifer was an Evolution, and it was something related to that.
There was an Umbreon, I remember that.
I think that's what it was. Harper was playing an Umbreon, and so sorry, I'm just pulling up random docs and stuff like that. Yep, Chaotic Creations, Jennifer, Hammy, yes. And so it was a loose reference to them. I can tell you this now because it's been arcs. That absolutely was if Mansoor went that way, then y'all would have been stalling out. Thingy, do you think? It would have been an interesting plot point to go down. But Mansoor was smart. Ralph did not go that way. Proceeds. So it's not Selena, though it is funny that we ended up using a Glaceon later on in the show. This is just a different one. Michelle asks, ooh, this is a fun question. I like this question. Because it's a cool one. We've sort of answered this before, but maybe our opinions have changed. What's your favorite part of doing the podcast? This one to Daisy in particular, I suppose, since you haven't answered this question as a cast member yet.
Me? My favorite part?
It's the editing, right?
Oh yes.
Yeah, that's all our favorite parts right there.
I don't know. It gives me an excuse to be silly and play Pokemon stuff, and I had been in a long section of time where I hadn't really been playing tabletop games just because existence. So it was really nice to jump back in and get some games playing. I have more motivation now to actually play games, run games. It's just the time that is lacking. But yeah, I don't know. Excuse to hang out with cool people, play games with friends.
Wee, that's fantastic.
Yeah, talk about Pokemon, be goofy, make some jokes, laugh for 45 minutes about an offhanded comment, and then I don't know. See where we go.
Mohammed, your favorite part about doing the podcast?
See above like that. Yeah, like it's
That stuff.
It's my favorite part about doing the podcast is just I mean, before Arc 6, when Honorud was being greedy and did all the production work, for me doing the podcast was literally just hop on a call, play game with friends, have fun. And like, so at that point that was all it was. Now it's not all it is, but it's still my favorite part.
Hey. Yeah, I think my favorite part about the podcast is probably the fact that I can use this creative energy, what little creative energy I have towards something. Because when I was a kid, this would be the type of stuff that I just make up random stories and random events and pretend to be that myself. And now I can force other players to fall into the same sort of tragic situation. What a joy. But it's a creative energy thing.
I will say,
You go ahead.
outside of, sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
No, you go.
Oh yeah, no. I had interjected, but my internet cut out as I was realizing my interjection was in the middle of your answer.
No, you
Just
go.
Incredible timing.
No, you go.
Mohammed, go.
Oh, are you done? Are you done, Honored? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. No, I was gonna say, beyond like the actual like podcast itself, especially like I feel like in the past like few months, especially like the community's kind of really starting to kind of flourish. And like there's a lot of cool folks that I would not have gotten to interact with if not for this podcast. So some of y'all are cool, I guess.
Some of y'all. The other ones, you know who you are. That guy.
Some of y'all are cool, I guess, and some of y'all torture me with blissies. So that's fine.
Oh boy. But yeah, the creative opportunity and those moments when, because I'm not a professional DM in any way, shape, or form. I just have experience that I forced into this situation now. But those few moments where I genuinely have a good plot idea and the players are genuinely excited and surprised about it. Like I'm still thinking of the moment. Oh gosh, this is back in like Arc 3, I guess, right? Where the Regigigas pieces, I think, started to fit together. And it's like there are 5 pieces and they fit into Regigigas. Your reaction, Mohammed, when you're like, oh shoot, that's how it worked? No way. That just made my day. Because I'm like, oh my gosh, this random thing I made up actually impressed people. It's those moments like that when the players are like, dude, this worked. And it's just like, yes, I don't know how it worked, but it did it. And then, because I'll keep referencing it for myself, when it doesn't work, it's one of those things that I can both learn from and laugh from. See Mansion.
Oh yeah, in the moment it is painful. You look back at it and you're like, remember when we did that?
Yeah. So it's those things when you can honestly just throw things at the wall and not worry whether or not it sticks. That makes the show so good. Because if it's not good, I can go back on the excuse like, this is my first time doing it. Ignore the 3 years of experience in this. And if it does work, and be like, look at this genius, brand new guy and all that. Yeah, those are the things there. Question in the chat that I just noticed. Also, I think I can answer this despite the fact that we're technically on an ad break. Apologies for that. Q&A. Can you solve a Rubik's Cube?
Daisy, can you solve a Rubik's Cube?
I've only solved one in my entire life, and it was a 2x2, and it was probably something like 20 years ago, and I tried to re-scramble it, and it broke, and I have never done it again.
Otter, do you have one handy?
Yes.
Also, I think we talked about this.
Okay,
didn't we? Or was this a
okay. Otter and I are racing during the ad break. That's what we're doing.
Oh, I'm
This might
texting.
not have made it to an episode, but Mohammed, you and I definitely talked about Rubik's Cubes before, right?
Oh yeah.
What if I think it's
I don't know how much Honorrude has mentioned it. Also, if we're gonna be completely fair, we probably should have done the same scramble, but it's fine. I don't know how much we've talked about this before. I can solve a Rubik's Cube, and I enjoy fiddling with them and all that. I'm not big Rubik's Cube guy. Honorrude is big Rubik's Cube guy.
not now, at least.
But
I wasn't
yeah, you at least at one point you were big Rubik's Cube guy, but not even big like speed solve Rubik's Cube guy, like Rubik's Cube art guy.
Oh yes, I was in the phase for that.
Yeah,
I don't
remember this.
I don't remember most of the patterns, but I've got a couple that I can potentially do.
Yeah.
All right, I'm still mixed.
Honor is probably gonna smoke me here, but
I haven't done this in I think it might be a calendar year since I've last solved a Rubik's Cube. Or something in that
okay,
ballpark.
hold
So
on.
you might have a shot here.
I haven't. Well, I mean, I haven't solved the cube in multiple months. So
All right, ready?
this
Whenever
has
you
just been sitting on top of my dresser, and I just looked at it. It was like, yes, let's go.
Okay. I'm done mixing it up.
All right, I think it's fair if Daisy kind of counts us in as like the
Huh?
neutral party.
Okay.
Yeah, just give us a 3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. Do I have to mix sound effects and the like?
This is great
Just
podcast.
just hold it close to your mic.
I think you might be clipping those, so just be careful.
It's fine. That's what I have a clip guard for. It's in the
Okay.
software. We'll fix it in post.
Okay. Just not for the people listening right now,
Oh, this is
Yeah,
not this is
it's
not good
fine.
content for the people that are listening.
and
At all.
and me.
Also, I love how you can just hear us. You don't see either of us. You have no idea how far along the cube we each are. You have no idea what's happening. You just hear us frantically kind of going around, doing our thing. This is one of my fastest solves in a while. Oh, my god.
jeez, this ain't that cheap.
This felt clean, and now it doesn't feel clean. Oh, here we go. Got it.
Okay.
Did I goof? Did I goof? I goofed. I goofed. I goofed. Ah!
Cool. I'll just keep talking. Oh nope, never
Done.
mind. You
Ah,
go.
shoot. Barely. Just barely.
Ah, got him! Let's
Barely.
go!
Ah, man.
Let's go! I think I got like a couple seconds on you. It was close.
Yeah, that's maybe like the 3, I think, probably.
Something like that. Something like that. I wasn't looking at the clock. I didn't see exactly what, but that was. Yeah, I definitely had you smoked, and then I fumbled on the corners at the end and had to like do.
I
some
think
extra
you would have
steps.
beaten me by about like 10-ish if
No, yeah. No, I definitely lost like a solid 5 seconds in there on that solve. It-
all right, that's
I don't know if you've experienced this, but for me, every time I pick up a cube for the first time in X number of months, I'm faster than when I last put it down. It's
I
weird.
you've mentioned that to me before. I don't think I have
Yeah.
that at least, but here, let me do a little.
Oh yeah, me
Like,
too.
Yes, let's go.
I've only ever set like PRs on my first solve in like months where I time it. That's the only time I've ever set a PR, or at like the last, basically ever since I broke like a minute 15. Those are the only PRs I've ever set.
I love chat that's like, we can hear the cues, but there's no camera, so it's great.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let me go through a couple of the chat questions. Can clipping damage your microphone? I think depending on how loud you clip it, how loud and how long, it kind of mess with the software or something like that. I don't know.
Well, it's more of like the actual like hardware itself. I'm sure there's some level of damage to it, but I've beat up this mic already plenty, so
Yeah,
I don't think the cube was going to do anything worse to it.
Hmm.
I've also solved a Rubik's Cube directly in front of my mic before.
Really?
So.
If you throw the Rubik's Cube at the microphone, it might
that
do
would
some
probably do
damage.
it. Yes.
Well, I see, for you guys maybe. For me, I think the Rubik's Cube would come out on the losing end of that one to this mic personally.
The mic would solve the cube.
Yeah. Well, the mic would solve the cube and then break it apart.
Just like I did.
Yeah, there you go.
Boom. Cyborger, are you suggesting that we should send a Rubik's Cube to Daisy? Because I will, but I don't know if Daisy's going to ever try to solve it.
I mean,
I have like 5 in my house. I will gladly send one over.
if I work on a Rubik's Cube while we are recording for the entirety of every time we record, do I get something special if I finish it by the end of Arc 7?
If you somehow solve a Rubik's Cube without looking it up by just fiddling with it every episode before the end of Arc 7, I think Otterud has to like quintuple whatever your cut is.
A 5x.
I think that's only fair.
Bragging rights. Yeah, you can get bragging rights. I can guarantee that.
Oh yeah.
Be careful.
I mean, listen,
You'd have bragging rights over
I
both of
think
us, because I
I've-
think both of us learned how to solve it like properly through patterns and stuff like that.
because the Rubik's Cube, the way it works, and like I haven't really like tried to like really study the math behind the way it moves, but it's not very easily solved anyways. Like even like computers, they solve it more by like brute force than anything. So like if you can intuit over the course of an ARC's recording how to solve a Rubik's Cube, like you're genuinely a genius in my book.
TBD on that, but if that does end up being the case, you will hear it in episode 1, where we're like, here's the challenge for Daisy. Solve this Rubik's Cube without looking it up. You have until the end of this season. I'm not gonna lie, Daisy, I'm gonna require updates, and I swear, if you say all I got left is the corners at any point, that's the finale. We're saying, so we're forgetting any sort of structure. If it's 2 episodes in, you're like, I'm almost done. That's the end of the season.
Listen, no.
Gotta write that down. That's a hint.
If Daisy gets to that point, that's it. Challenge over. You win.
No,
like,
if you
oh
get
my
to the point,
God.
I'm saying forget it. End of season. We're canceling it. It's over. Rose, you're lost in the cave. No talking. Leave.
Arc 7 goes on until I finish the Rubik's Cube.
That's the alternative path, where Arc 7 is just 600 episodes long.
Have some confidence.
Yeah, that's
No,
true,
don't,
that's true.
don't have confidence. I don't know anything.
All right, so that might be the next season might be called the Rubik's season or something.
The cube.
The cube. Pure Glaceon has asked a question that's actually an interesting question. Just thought of this. Has PTT changed anything in Not a Scratch, even though it's technically non-canon? Technically speaking, no. Nothing that's happened in PTT has. PTT, by the way, sister podcast of Not a Scratch. It's set. Is it 20 years, 30 years? It's set prior to Not
20
a
years
Scratch.
in the past.
20 years in the past. 20 years prior to Not a Scratch. None of the events that occur there impact our story, but a lot of the references to our story are there, and vice versa. I would recommend it. I say that like sarcastically for some reason. No, I would genuinely recommend it. It's a very good show, and it definitely grows as time goes on, which is the best part of shows, to see where you are at episode 1 versus episode 9. I think was your finale. So
Yeah, the finale of Arc 1 just released last weekend. I
right,
believe.
right. So perfect time to binge that, by the way. There's a little plug for sister show there. Nothing has as of yet. I also believe the majority of your show has been coming out when I haven't been making my stuff yet. So it's more of a question of will the start of Arc 7 be influenced, which I don't think so. because nothing that's happening, nothing I have planned for Arc 7 in the start is influenced by anything that that has occurred in PTT. But
Yeah.
that might change. Who knows?
For the fact that they, occur in the same universe and in the same places, they are, at least so far, fairly disjointed.
Yeah. Let's see. Anything else there? The final legendary item is the God Cube. That's the forget the bell. It's the cube of destiny or something. It's the Tesseract. There you go. There's my Marvel reference there. Let's get another question going. What do we got here? This question has been asked a couple of times by Intellion Spy. What happened to Piplup's original accent, and will it come back? With a request, please bring it back.
That's something only the listeners can ask for.
Will it come back? I think the way that we've established Piplup at this point is that their accent is ever changing, and it's just in this spectrum of Bostonian, Chicago, New Yorkianness. So technically speaking, no. But
if the penultimate episode of Arc 6 never happened, I would lobby for Honoru to go back and listen to the original accent and try to replicate it the next time we see the character. Now that we've established what we've established about Heem, no. Heem is perfect. Heem is perfect in his imperfection.
So there you go. Yes and no at the same time.
I know this is an NPC, and I know Honoru's supposed to have. I am putting my foot down. Honoru, you get no say over Heem.
All right.
None of us really have any say over Heem. Heem only has say over Heem.
Heem is Heem. All right, let's roll a question here. Let's see, what do we got?
We've had a lot of tangent energy in these questions.
We have.
It's almost like we have a lot of tangent energy in Arc 6.
This does fit. Speaking of, this isn't tangent. This is actually closely related. Eli with a question here. This, I guess, would be to me, because I don't think either of you guys would have the answer here. If a recruit of the Lost asks another recruit the questions, the who are you and who did you see, are they forced to answer truthfully? That's a good question. I would say technically yes. You are forced to answer truthfully. But it's not even a force. It's almost an instinct to answer it that way. Because of the magical code in the background that makes this whole recruit logic possible. When those questions are asked to a recruit, the idea in my head is that as soon as they're asked, the first things out of your mouth before you even say anything are the answers to the question. And then afterwards, you're probably just like, what did I say? What is this? What's going on? As your pieces are falling together, the puzzle is being built, and you're like, oh my gosh, there's more to my universe.
Also, even regardless of that, wouldn't watching the door that appears or creates tell us something, even if they did lie?
Yeah, that would also be true. Yeah, if they just be like, I don't know, if they said Zapdos Moltres is their combination, they look at the door and it's like Regigigas, and it's like, I don't think that works out.
You try again.
That's not it. So,
no, that's when you push the big red button in the gazebo and call the emergency meeting.
That's when you say that's the spy. Forget any other logic we've got. They're trying to hack us.
Vote him out.
Vote him out.
That's when you tackle them.
That's when you tackle them, exactly.
But not scratch. You gotta keep them conscious for questioning.
So technically speaking, an option, a very bad option, but an option is that Rose and Kyle just go around like polars to every single house and just ask these questions over and over again until somebody says something before thinking. And isn't something like, "Who are you guys? Why are you here?" If they just all of a sudden like, Moltres Zapdos, hey, we found him, drag him into the universe. Let's do this.
We got one.
But short answer, yes. They do have to answer truthfully. Otherwise, they do have to answer truthfully just based on the way that the recruit's magic works. That's the short answer there. will the Gen 1 and Gen 2 legendaries make an appearance? Have they not? I'm genuinely asking. Did I just blatantly jump over them when I started throwing legendaries up there?
Gen 1, Gen 2, Celebies appeared. But then you have the birds and the beasts. We haven't seen them. You have Mewtwo, Lugia, and Ho-Oh. We haven't seen them. And that's it for Gen 1 and 2. There's just been Celebi so far.
That's surprising. And if you're a mythical legendary split person, then
I don't know if I mentioned Mew or not, but Mew as well. But
Mew's been referenced, I think. Mew's sort of like that's the answer. I just read chat. No, Evelyn. No, this is
That's why I chuckled.
No, yeah. I heard Daisy chuckle and I was like, my work is done.
I gotta keep all these people in line. I appreciate you, Evelyn.
Well, when two legendaries love each other.
Okay,
very
and the next
much.
question. Pure Glaceon asks, important question. How do you make the perfect pizza? All right, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to step away real quick. You two debate this.
Well, Otterud, can you run an ad break while we answer this question? Not for the sake of not letting people hear it, but also just like, is this a Q&A question or is this a stall for the ad break question? Or are you gone already? Am I just speaking into the void?
No, I haven't left yet.
Okay. I'm genuinely asking. Like, is this one we save for ad break, or is this one we genuinely answer here? While you step away and
Hold up, wait. Let me do this.
play innocence.
Let me do this. Let me run an ad break,
Okay.
and I'm gonna step away real quick.
Okay. We could summarize after the ad break too.
Yeah, I mean, I technically, I guess, answered this question kind of already at.
Did you?
Well, sort of. It was asked of me at the end of the Thankmas stream.
Oh. Oh, I
So,
missed that. Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I answered the grilled cheese question correctly, but this I guess is a more controversial topic for people.
So when we ask how do you make the perfect pizza, is it like how do you actually make the pizza, or what is the perfect pizza toppings? Like, are we talking about like a homemade pizza, or are we talking about just any pizza? What's the best things to put on a pizza? Because those are two different questions.
I'm not too sure, but I think how I answered it previously was about making my own pizza, because I usually do that. I'll start with the dough, but that's just homemade pizza dough. It's just water and flour and basically.
Yeah. No, exactly. No. But we've made homemade pizzas at home for like as long as I can remember, and like we do the same kind of thing where we'll make the dough, and the dough is whatever, right? It's dough.
Yeah.
Personally, I like a saucy pizza. I will
Yeah.
put extra sauces. I will put extra sauce on my pizza. I think a lot of pizzas are under sauced, and the sauce really brings a level of flavor and a level of like almost sweetness to it. That
You do got to be careful though if you're making your homemade dough with adding extra sauce though, because depending on how you spread out the dough, your sauce might just eat through the bottom of that. Then you just have a wet mess in your oven.
Well, yeah, no. Of course, you gotta.
Facts be facts, though.
Your dough to sauce ratio has to be adequate. But what I'm saying is, I think generally with pizzas, people under sauce. You can add more sauce. The dough can handle more sauce, and it really brings out the flavor of the rest of the pizza. That's my biggest take on pizzas. Is most pizzas don't have enough sauce on them.
Yeah.
I'm also someone who has eaten deep dish and enjoyed it. So,
I mean, I have two. I've eaten deep dish and enjoyed it, but also simultaneously, while I have eaten deep dish and enjoyed it, I have eaten deep dish and had a painful experience.
Oh, same. Because
it hurts.
I the first time I ever had deep dish, it was a family get together in the Chicago area, and me and a bunch of cousins, we go to a place and we get deep dish, and we get two pizzas. We get a margarita pizza, like nice, calm, standard, really good, loved it. And then one of my cousins was like, "Let's get a barbecue chicken pizza," and we were like, "Huh?" And he was like, "Nah, trust, I love barbecue sauce." And we were all like, "Okay." and the pizza comes and it's deep dish with barbecue sauce, and that was painful.
Yeah.
So like, you know,
Okie doke. That's
tru-
enough
the
pizza
true
talk.
way.
That's enough pizza
The
talk.
true
We don't
way
need to
is
hear it.
flat and foldable. The heart of this question is pineapples, and I put pineapples on pizza, and nobody can stop me. Pineapple and
Listen.
jalapeno, top tier combination. Don't knock it till you try it.
To be fair, I have not had pineapples and jalapeno, so I can't knock it until I try it. But I've tried pineapple, and you're allowed to be wrong, Daisy. It's okay.
That's okay. Yeah. I'm allowed to be wrong. This just isn't one of the ones
Yeah.
where I am.
Yeah,
Cool.
Agree to this.
Great. Love it. I'm glad to see this worked out.
We could be. No, see, but Otterud,
Yeah.
we're still friends. We could be civil about this. you
Boom.
know?
Yes,
It's
very
okay.
true. Very true. All right, next question.
As we stare daggers at each other through our screens.
I mean,
Uh,
I don't eat pizza much because it hurts.
I'm so sorry. Next question comes from Evelyn, in fact, who made a wonderful joke earlier.
You wanna
Actually-
summarize that joke for us?
What's that?
Yeah, Otterud, please, because clearly something I said came across funny, and I can't quite tell what it was. So Otterud, could you please explain for me? Because I'm not looking at the chat, and I heard Daisy chuckle, but Daisy's not gonna explain it to me.
Yeah, I'll explain it for you. Evelyn says in Discord, I really appreciate the gay representation in the form of Fergus and Bartholomew of the Mousehold family. You want to laugh about that, Mohammed? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I will laugh. I will laugh in, a laugh of. We're just, doing the least that we can. Nice little wholesome moment. Like a comfortable chuckle, not a laugh at, not a like a laugh, like a ha ha happy, like I'm glad we're happy laugh.
Yes.
I would be happy if you explained my joke,
Maybe later.
or not my joke. You explained Evelyn's joke that Daisy found funny. But Daisy found it funny before Evelyn even made it, because we're all on the same wavelength. But I'm not on that wavelength, and I want to be on that wavelength.
Maybe later, Mohammed. We got to get through all these questions, man. We haven't done any of those. We have to get through all these questions as I say a statement.
Yeah.
Ignoring
listen,
that.
You were doing a good job sidestepping. I'll give it to you. You hung in there for a while.
Bobbing and weaving. Yeah, it's one of those things that I just slowly realized. Because I don't want to shoehorn any sort of relationship in just for the sake of it being there. But it's one of those instances where, like, yeah, I haven't done a gay relationship on the show. That feels like something that makes sense, just statistically speaking, because everything goes down to stats. The fact that we met, 200 people, I think, 200 different Pokemon in various shapes and forms. Like, all right, at this point, there has to be at least, statistically speaking, there's got to be somebody. And the Mousehold family
Yeah.
works. It also.
I also feel like I'm kind of with you on this, Underwood, where like you don't have to be very overt about it. It's just very natural representation. Like, I feel like the best representation is the understated one, where it's just like, yeah, it's just a thing. No one's questioning it.
Mhm.
Let's move.
Yeah.
At
Daisy,
least that's my take on representation personally. We all have experienced positive and negative representation in different ways. So
Mhm.
I'm not gonna be the arbiter of this, but that's my take.
I mean, I think a main reason that it hasn't necessarily like come up before is, aside from Snow, I think there really hasn't been a lot of romantic
Yeah, we don't do
or
romance in this show.
things
Yeah,
put
no,
on
not
the
really.
show. This was like a aspect where we could kind of have it where it actually didn't need to like be a thing where we literally like went off to explain it just to include it.
Mhm.
It's like, oh yeah, like Mama said, it's there, it's cool,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Mhm.
But like,
Like
I think
like you said, outside of Snow, the only place where like romance is even explored in the show is in the familial context, right? And
Yeah.
this also existed in the context of, hey, yeah, it's the Mousehold family. Here they are.
but also like outside of like what we actually view in the frame of the show, that doesn't mean that this is like the only thing that's there. I think I
Oh, of
remember
course,
talking
yeah.
about it one time. Oh gosh, it must have been an after show, but like it really has no effect on the game whatsoever. But like Rose is aromantic. Rose is not gonna date somebody
Right,
and not
yeah.
gonna have romantic feelings towards somebody. That's not something we're actually going to do in the game.
Mhm.
Like it's not
Yeah.
gonna be a plot line that we look through, or we're not focusing on, romantic storylines, but that's just a thing about Rose.
Right.
Yeah.
Scratches out this whole dating show plot line though. Hey, Rose,
Onward furiously editing the red book.
Arc 7 was just going to be an entire, just one season of like Bachelor in Paradise or something. Just scratch that out entirely. But yeah, it's one of those things that it felt like, I haven't introduced it. We can introduce it as it's something to be introduced. It's just a fun, it's a fun factoid, like the pineapple pizza discussion that's occurring through our chat. So yeah, it's just a fun little detail.
Well, I wouldn't equate
That's true.
queer
That's true.
representation to
Probably shouldn't.
a preference of pineapple on pizza. but-
Very true. Very true.
At least not within this community. Within the greater
Yeah.
societal context, I don't know. Maybe it fits.
But yeah, it's just something that I felt like throwing in there. Threw it in there. Made
Yeah.
sense. And then waltzed away. Continued with
We're glad you appreciate the representation.
yes. Another Evelyn question because it was in the chat and I'm going to lose it, so I'm going to ask it now. Are guest episodes coming back? Probably. I can't guarantee anything, but if I have to say yes or no, I'm going to say yes. Just when is the question? And then chat goes pizza talking, which is great. Feels like every Q&A episode we have some food related discussion in the chat while we're answering questions, which I'm absolutely
Of
down
course, yeah. And this is what I love about our community. We'll sit here and talk, and they'll put up with us while they do their own thing. Because I mean, listen, like we appreciate y'all putting up with us, and we know that there are more important fish to fry, unless you're putting them on pizza.
Is that true? We're talking about like anchovies and all that? Okay.
There's
Yeah.
more than one way to cook fish. You don't just have to fry them.
This is very true.
Cook your fish any way you like.
All right. Gonna go casual for a second here. Are you a cat person or a dog person? Mohammed, I know your answer. This is an Intellion Spy question.
Well, this was already on
I-
the Q&A, right? This was on the
believe
last
so.
Q&A.
Yeah, I think
I
this
believe
was-
so.
this
All right,
was
let's
the
answer.
Arc 5 Q&A.
Let's
Yeah.
answer it really quick. I'm a dog person between the two if I have to choose.
Did I have my cat when we did the last Q&A?
I don't know if you did.
When was it? When was the last
Uh,
Q&A? Was it June?
That seems about right. Somewhere in that ballpark.
It was June, yeah. I got my cat in July, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think you had
I
your
love
cat.
cats, but
Casey's a cat
I don't
person now.
have a preference over one or the other. I just have a cat right now. So
We have slight dog person, we have ambivalent with a cat, and we have me who I love. I'm
although
more of a cat
I
person.
think it going forward, I will only ever be able to have cats that have thumbs. So without the extra finger, they just don't look right.
Okay. I'm like I was confused. Like what would the thumb do there? But you're just talking about
No, my cat has thumbs.
your
It
cat's
can
not
open
a thumb?
doors.
So your cat just gets up on all fours and like.
Otter, you did,
I don't know cat. I
Well,
don't have pets,
Otter,
so
you-
I don't know anything about
no,
animals.
but
should
Otter,
say-
we've talked about Daisy's cat thumbs. We've talked about this.
Have
My
we?
cat has 5
Yeah.
toes where most cats normally have 4.
Really?
Cats technically have thumbs, which is the little nubbin thing on the back of the other thing, but it's not a thumb.
Yeah, it's usually not. It doesn't protrude far enough outside to like really do much. Usually, it's just kind of there.
He's got mittens.
All right.
Your cat can wear whole gloves, dude.
He can
Another.
open doors.
Let's see. We got another question here. This one from Evelyn. What accents can you do, especially Anaru? But all answers from all hosts are welcome. I don't even think of a lot of the voices I do as accents. I just pick a person I know or have heard before, and I try to do my version of that. Because, like, technically speaking, you could say what most, any various different British accents, Indian accent. I do a terrible Australian accent. Whatever Boston thing that isn't a Boston thing, but is a Boston thing, but isn't a Boston thing. New York, Southern, surf. Like, it's not really like this is an Indian accent. This is like my uncle's accent, or this is my cousin's accent, or this is Benedict Cumberbatch's accent, or this is, something like that. It's like that and then modified in a way. So
Yeah.
a lot. In my
Your approach to accents is definitely more impression based than like linguistics based.
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't have a great accent range. I don't. Me and Otter have answered this question before. The short answer for me is, I could do an Aussie accent because I can't do a British accent, and that's it.
I don't know if I have like actual names for any accent that I would have. I don't think I could pinpoint it, but randomly changing the way that I like speak in a way is just a big vocal stim for me. So I'll
Mhm.
do it without even realizing, just in random things. So you might just hear it change every now and then. But I don't know. I mostly don't realize it, and if I do realize it, then I tend to stop. But I
Yeah,
also like
it-
I very easily like mimic speech patterns.
hmm
I don't I think it's an ADHD thing, but like if I'm talking
Well-
to somebody long enough, I'll start like following their kind of cadence a bit.
No, I kind of do a similar thing. I chalk it up more to like code switching than anything, because the way that I
Yeah.
code switch tends to be very much like I will kind of mirror more than like, it's not like I have one voice, other voice that I'll switch between. It's more of like I'll just kind of mirror what's there.
Yep. Makes sense. Yeah, so accents, I have a lot of impressions that those impressions have different accents, but I don't know. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot for me. I've told Daisy, I think I've told you this at least 3 or 4 times, but I swear you would be able to do like the English Pegasus voice from Yu-Gi-Oh so well, because your natural voice is remarkably close to that.
Kai, my boy,
Hi, boy.
you wouldn't want to be sent to the Shadow Realm. Oh, Yugi, I have your grandpa.
Yep. I feel like
Yeah.
it's right there.
Yeah. There's no notes either of us could give you. A voice coach could maybe give you 1 or 2, but even then, it's, I don't know.
All right. All right. So going forward, because I have realized we've answered a lot of like non-Arc 6 Q&A questions. I'm gonna try to switch back and forth between the two at least, so at least we have a nice diversity of actual answering questions related to the show and us questions. This, I'm just gonna go down because this is all just gonna relate to another thing after another thing. We're gonna talk about the dancer for the next like 10 to 15 minutes, because we got a lot of dancer-related questions. So, if you've submitted a question about the dancer, you're probably gonna get an answer right now because there's a bunch of them. So I'm gonna start this off with Inteleon Spy having a few questions about the dancer that we'll get to. First one is sort of tangentially related, but we'll talk about it. When you said that the dancer is the only level 100 Pokemon, did I forget the Magikarps that Kyle saw when he got out of jail in Iron Gate that were a part of Red Eye's crew that were level 100 in perfect IVs, EVs, and movesets? The answer is yes. However, I'm retconning it. Those guys were 99 and they refused to go to 100. So, but yes, I absolutely forgot about them because it's one of those joke things that whether or not it's canon remains to be seen. But
When the dancer moved up to 100, they all had to go down to 99.
That's
exactly.
the dancer got
The
so
dancer
powerful that it-
stole their experience points.
Yep. And so this kind of goes into a whole little dancer mini thing because the dancer was very much, I'm not going to lie, the dancer was the equivalent of clickbait here of like, let me just introduce this one character that I know is going to get people talking. Like Susie, like Manaphy, like, oh gosh, like the Piplup. You just throw them in here, let the audience talk, and talk they did. Why does the dancer have 2 abilities? Did we discuss this in the post-game show? Because I feel like
I don't remember.
I
I think we mentioned that the dancer does have 2 abilities. I don't know if we answered why.
I don't know if I gave an explanation to it. Yeah, if I did, this might sound familiar. And if I didn't, then this may be news to you. Why does the dancer have 2 abilities? Pokemon in this universe have... So in the Mystery Dungeon... Let's start with that. In the Mystery Dungeon games, especially the earlier ones, the abilities you have are equal to the abilities you could possibly have in those games. In other words, if you're a Pokemon that can have multiple different abilities, then you have all of those abilities in the Mystery Dungeon franchise. I can't think of anything immediately, but suppose you had like, I don't know, Intimidate and Moxie as 2 abilities that you could theoretically have in the main series games. In Mystery Dungeon, you would have both. However that would work out. So in this universe, it's not quite like that. What I
Quick-
have is
Quick question to interject
Yes.
before you move on. For the Mystery Dungeon games, did that continue to be the case with the introduction? Because the original Mystery Dungeon games came out before the introduction of hidden abilities, because hidden abilities were Gen 5. So, for the newer Mystery Dungeon games, did they just ignore hidden abilities, or were hidden abilities added to them?
I am not sure. I know this is the case in the Blue Rescue Team games, Explorers games. I'm not as sure. If
Yeah,
Fates is
and
super good.
those are gens 3 and 4.
Right.
Hidden abilities didn't exist. It was just Pokemon had either one ability or two abilities.
Okay, so Chad is telling me it got changed in the Gen 5, 6 game, so it's just one of 3 possible in that case. So you could have, maybe not you as the starter, but if you were to recruit someone, they would have A, B, or C, and I guess C would be the hidden in that case.
Well, yeah, because every Pokemon has every Pokemon has one ability. Most Pokemon have hidden ability, and a good chunk of Pokemon have secondary main ability.
Mm-hmm.
Is the way it goes. But okay, yeah.
So why does the Dancer have 2
Anyways,
abilities?
it's not a scratch.
Yes. So in this, in the universe of Not a Scratch, everybody has one ability, as seen by these 2 in particular. Right? They have an ability. 1% of Pokemon have 2 abilities. 1% of that 1% have 3 abilities, if they can have 3 abilities. Is there a possibility to have 4?
No.
All right. In that case,
Well, unless you're counting things like form changes and stuff. But we're not.
no, just like as a base mon. Then.
Yeah. It's primary, secondary, or ability 1, ability 2, hidden ability. The slots there.
So effectively, 1% of the population of the Outcast region have 2 abilities, and 1% of that 1% have 3 abilities, which is basically just one Pokemon that I know who they are, but it'll be, who knows if they're even introduced. So it sounds like Rockruff can have 4, which I guess based on... Oh, because of the event Rockruff, maybe? I'm excluding
Because
event-related things.
I guess Rockruff can have 4 because Ontem, right? Quick little Google.
Darkrai Drive saying base, secondary, hidden, and then own tempo for Dusk.
Well, because Own Tempo Rockruff is technically like it's kind of a different form in a way. Own Tempo Rockruff can't have you can't switch the ability of an Own Tempo Rockruff, so it's kind of a form thing. Like most Rockruff are Keen Eye or Vital Spirit, and then hidden ability is Steadfast.
Right.
But Own Tempo Rockruff, just Own Tempo. You can't use an ability capsule or patch on it, as far as I'm aware.
Darkrai Drive.
I guess
That's
Rockruff
probably
is like,
that's the best way to describe it. It's a form without a form, basically.
yeah.
So the Dancer, anyway, is part of that 1% that has 2 abilities, which kind of leads into why the Dancer is as good as they are. A lot of questions about how the Dancer got to level 100. I have a reason, and it might be plot related. Therefore, I don't know if I want to answer it. There's a chance that we'll talk about it. So that answers a couple of questions. That answers a question that Eli had. That answers the question Italian Spy had. Anyone else ask about that? Yeah, they ask how was the Dancer gaining levels as fast as they were. In terms of what Kyle was seeing, it wasn't them gaining levels at that point. It was just a reflection of the letter itself is updating to the fact that the Dancer is so much more powerful than everybody else. Because yeah,
it's like how when you use a extra wild to reach it,
no, you cut out a little bit.
That kind of deal. Oh, sorry. It's like how when you use an extra large experience candy, right? It's an instant change, but the bar is just slowly going and going and going and going and going and going through the levels.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of deal.
Basically, yep.
Except this letter has been catching up for years and is still not caught up.
Until finally now. Right, another question from Michelle. This is more of a future-looking question. Does anyone have a specific place they're hoping for their character to reach by the end in terms of character development? Do you have a goal for Kyle or Rose? Why are you here?
Daisy, that was a laugh of yes, and I'm not gonna tell you guys.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. It depends on events that happen and how things go. Because also, I'm kind of just here to play to see what happens. Because thoughts that I had about Rose's personality coming in, I've just been like, you know what, we're gonna roll with the punches here. So we'll see. We'll see if things come up. We'll see if they don't.
I love this. Alright, we're gonna answer a couple of questions here. You think the dancer has a lot of conversation? Let's bring in the elephant in the room. Who exactly is the magician thief? All right, who's the magician thief, folks?
Are you asking us to like give our guesses or just like
Do whatever. I ain't answer this question. This is a you question.
All right, I know I went through this exercise in a post game episode, but it's time to bring this beyond the paywall. So, time to pull up the list of fairy type Pokemon because it feels very clear. All right, this is the wee woo spoilers. The magician thief is almost definitely a fairy type, right? Like has to be.
I'm not gonna lie. This is probably gonna answer about like 17 questions on this page.
Yeah. So then, like for me, the exercise I went through was going through the list of fairy type Pokemon and seeing, you know, who could fit that kind of character. Like who seems like they could be kind of like, you know, sinister, shadowy kind of figure, which is fully be stereotyping Pokemon, of course, because that's what we do here. And I feel like I ended up kind of landing on like, I mean, there's like some lines where it's like, there's no shot, right? Like this can't be something from the Togepi line. I feel like it's probably not something
Why
from the
not?
Clefable line. Why not? It's not a fairy type.
It could be.
Could be. But no, I the other thing we went through before was we were like, oh, maybe something like with the ability magician, but no fairy types have magician. Like Delphox was an interesting idea at one point, but now that we've learned it's a fairy type, I don't think it's a Delphox. Right? My speculation is it's something in the Grimmsnarl line. Is my speculation, but
That's pure Glaceon's thoughts as well.
like, and also the thing is like the list of fairy type Pokemon that aren't legendary, sub-legendary, mythical, paradox, ultra beast is like not that big. Like if you want to list out every line, the Clefable line, the Togekiss line, the Granbull line, the Florges line, the Aromatisse line, the Slurpuff line, Sylveon itself, Comfey, Alcremie line, Dachshund line, Tinkaton line, the Wigglytuff line, Alolan Ninetales itself, Galarian Rapidash itself, Galarian Weezing itself, the Mr. Mime line, although I think Mr. Rhyme is not a fairy. Is Mr. Rhyme a fairy? Mr. Rhyme.
Don't think so.
Eyesight.
No, it's a Psychic Ice, so it's just like Mr. Mime and Mime Jr., right? Azumarill line, Gardevoir line, Mawile, Whimsicott line, the Dene, Carbink, Klefki, Primarina, Ribombee, Shiinotic, the one Pokemon that I always forget exists, Mimikyu,
Are you just going down the list?
Hatterene.
Paul? I didn't realize you were going down the list of every fairy type.
No, but that's it. I reached the end of the list.
That's true. Yeah.
By the time you were like, wait, I'm going through the whole list, that was the whole list. If you're not counting, legendaries and stuff. So, like, there's not that many.
If you asked me my theory around like what mechanical Pokemon I think it is, I'd probably say it'd be like Impidimp, Grimmsnarl things. But if you ask me what would maybe be most interesting, I think the Magician Thief could be Hoopa.
That sounds like Rose talking, not Daisy.
Oh no! That's me talking. That is
Daisy
me,
talking.
Daisy
That's
talking.
100% Daisy talking.
As-
yeah, 100%.
As an interesting point of like bringing things in, it could be Hoopa, but also I think maybe as like a story writer person, but it could most likely be somebody that Hoopa like awakened as a recruit, because I'm pretty certain the Magician Thief is a recruit, and Hoopa would be the dark type legendary.
But that's the thing. Like I can't quite wrap my head around the Magician Thief's access to the recruit world. Although there's been a Zoroark there before, and it's really weird.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is, like, if it's a non-fairy type, right? That brings up a whole lot more questions about the Mansion incident, right? In terms of like, well, is it like a Zoroark that was like in illusion as a fairy type, but there was no fairy types around?
This is why
And-
Impidimp would be a good choice, because it's
Like,
very dark. Hoopa would be the dark type legendary.
yeah, like,
awaken
that's-
it, blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's the one that makes the most sense.
But- In game, as Rose's opinion is every time the Magician Thief comes up, she just gets more confused about what's going on.
Yeah, if we're asking Kyle's take on who is the Magician Thief, Kyle's answer is bad news, but gotta deal with them.
I'm gonna go through
And
chat here because they've got.
I feel like Kyle would summarize the Magician Thief as like an honest like I feel like Kyle sees the Magician Thief as like a very honest antagonist. Almost anti-hero, but not a proven anti-hero yet, you know?
I can see that. I'm gonna go through chat because chat has a bunch of ideas about this. This was one of the things I was looking forward to talking about today. So Pure Glaceon thinks it's Grimmsnarl or anything from that line. Darkrai Drive says it's Susie. Evelyn likes the Grimmsnarl idea. Let's see. Yeah, throw out the Arceus guess, because why not?
Of course.
Aries Nix says it could be a Whimsicott. Evelyn's also got Clefairy, or the Clefairy line is an idea. Cyborger, Ethereal either with the ring or it's a legendary. Eli likes the Mew idea. Aris Nix says Klefki would be fun, but it's not high on their list. Let's see, what else we got here? Darkrai Drive is with you. When I first heard the MT, I thought for a second it was Hoopa. And then Arisnix asking, does the MT have to be a recruit? Or maybe he just stole the parchment with the portal ruin on it from Adam after Adam left Kyle and Rose at the bakery. So imagine that, just the paper sitting there. I wonder what this is. Whoop! Up. Whoa, look
Yeah,
at that.
no,
Very good.
I like the idea of the Magician Thief being, because both in game and above game, I want to believe that the Magician Thief has been truth, because that's how the Magician Thief has presented themselves, and like, if they're being deceitful, they've done a great job of hiding it, which is why I'm inclined to believe they're not deceitful. Which makes me, because I want to believe the Magician Thief, I want to think that they're completely unaffiliated, that they have some other motive unrelated to the ring or the recruits. And it's just like, it's a matter of convenience that, the recruits have a very similar kind of mission right now to whatever the Magician Thief is trying to do on an individual.
Has the Magician Thief been good at hiding it to Muhammad, or good at hiding it to a 10-year-old?
Yes.
Because I think those are different things.
Well,
ooh,
I mean,
that's fun. Now we're talking about the Dark Hero in chat.
I mean, it could be. It could.
I believe they're the same.
Also,
based off of the one episode we had talking about them.
yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. And the thing is, I know for a fact I'm not gonna get any answers for like time wise. Like, I don't know if I'll get an answer before the end of the year, and I'm fully prepared for that eventuality.
It's
Andrew
exciting.
can neither confirm or deny that.
I can't say one way or the other. It really does depend on how Arc 7, drives.
I mean, partly because we haven't laid out production plans for Arc 7 yet.
That also would matter. Let's see. So who exactly is the Magician Thief? What can you tell us about the Magician Thief? Not much. It's what you know in the show. What song do you think fits best? What song do you think best fits the Magician Thief? I'm assuming this is outside of the song I made, which isn't really a song so much as chaotic notes for
A
4.5
theme.
minutes. Yeah, the theme. Intelligent Spy suggests the Gladion music, which would be very fun. I'm not gonna lie. That
I
does work.
love the Gladion music. It's goofy as heck.
That would very much fit the goofiness that is the Magician Thief right now.
Except I feel like it's not sinister enough.
Daisy.
Because
Okay, but okay, are you thinking more? Yeah, more sinister.
specifically, my connection to the Gladion music is that I used it when I was doing a Pokemon thing to be the battle music for like the incompetent grunts of a team called the Fight Club.
I think if-
Sinister
if-
Pokemon music.
The sinister music to me is like Cyrus's theme. That's my evil team. Or that's my Hoopa music, Cyrus's theme, because it's so good.
I'm
and
trying to
then-
go through the Scarlet Violet music decks right now because
That's
Scarlet
true.
Violet, a lot of the music bangs.
Right.
Um,
I'm trying to. By the way, Eli asks, this is
I'm-
the final Magician Thief question. Since Rose would have seen the Magician Thief leave the Dream World, what is their Dream World exit animation thing?
Oh dang!
Do you have one? Because
Do I have one?
you have an idea. I have an answer. I'm curious if it's the same answer
Well,
that I have.
So I can make something up, or I can think of something. But
I have a thought.
The
but that's
question-
just me.
the question I would have would kind of depend on the importance of the Magician Thief being a recruit, because at least in my understanding of exit Dreamworld things, it's related to who you saw or like something about
Mhm.
your recruit thing, or at least in Rose's case with like the musical staff, Meloetta stuff. So assuming that the Magician Thief is the dark type recruit, something in terms of Yveltal, because I think that's who the dark type recruit is on the door, right?
I think that sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. Which in the last
Well, but
Q&A we
Yveltal's the
referred to as
code
Lord
name.
Bacon.
If Yveltal, to be clear, Yveltal's code name, not
Right.
the legendary that the dark type recruit saw.
So if the one they saw, presuming my theory of Hoopa being the one who awakened them, it would probably just be like, I think I would imagine it as like 3 interlocking gold rings that like are in one, but then they all go out in like tri-point direction, and that like disappears the Magician Thief in the middle. So like as that center overlapping Venn diagram part gets smaller, they disappear. But that's presuming a lot.
That is presuming a lot. I have a right answer.
That would be my headcanon if Hoopa was related.
Right.
My thought about the Magician Thief leaving dreams is like, because we've established that like most Pokemon in like entering exiting dreams, right? If it's Dream World stuff, like they have a fun little sequence, or like they'll fade in or out.
They have an animation.
I feel like the Magician Thief has no animation. It's just gone. Like you would see like you would see like the little cartoonish, like, or you won't even see it, but like it would be a moment where you would have like cartoonish blinking outline of just like, hold on, what, huh? They're just gone.
So technically
Puff
speaking,
of smoke.
No, not even anything visual. It's just you're staring at the magician's thief. You're staring at the magician's thief. You don't even blink, and then they're just not there, and it's just like, huh?
So technically speaking, there is a correct answer. You've seen it, so I'll tell you what it is. It is that. It is basically a jump cut. It's just the magician thief is there one moment and gone the next. Because the way that I keep describing it is effectively them snapping their fingers, and poof, they're gone, instantaneous like that. So whether or not that's an animation, like how everybody else has their bubbles and all that, or if it's just them disappearing, I leave that up to future me to establish when playing through the game. If it is an animation, that's the animation. If it's not an animation, that's how you get out. And so, question mark, theory, question, etc. Eli, I'm going to go through the chat because now the Magician Thief has caused more discussion than the pizza content earlier. I'm still not sold on the Magician Thief.
We've gotten their attention. Let's go.
I'm not sold on the Magician Thief even being sinister or evil. Aaron Snicks says, I'm just gonna say Ari because I keep saying it wrong. I think the Magician Thief is part of a third party and not a member of the Ringer Recruits. That sounds like what Kyle/Muhammad is thinking.
Well, I don't even think they're a member of anything. I think they're just completely independent, completely rogue agent.
Yeah, that's fair. There's discussion about whether or not Rose has met the Magician Thief prior to Magician Thief being the Magician Thief, which technically, yeah, it's the officer that met Rose to talk about the Magician Thief, not the actual Magician Thief itself. Now there's theories that the officer that what was it, a Rhydon or a Rhyperior or something? Now there's thoughts that officer is the Magician Thief. There's where was it? There's discussion that Rotom is the Magician Thief. That's fun.
A true master of disguise.
Yeah. Why couldn't Rose have Mega evolved to take the Pixie Plate? We
I need a Mega Stone.
Yeah, we need the Mega Stone. Rose doesn't have a Mega Stone with them.
Yeah, there's no way. Well, at that point, there was no way to make Rose Mega evolve.
Mm-hmm.
If that was the solution, we would have done it.
Also, we would have shown it for sure.
No, I just take over Rose because that's what all of my players love is when I take over their characters and act for them.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So I took over Rose, Mega evolved, and then made you forget that memory. Ooh, mysteries.
And then they just gave her back to Daisy like nothing happened. Like, hey, here's your character. Nothing happened here. Totally fine. Totally normal. Nothing's changed.
Why is my character sheet all covered in syrup?
Don't worry about it. It's
nothing.
Don't worry about the little coffee stains in the corner and the little powdered sugar over there. It's fine.
But no, I think the only time I would take control of a character is if I explicitly ask you, like, hey, do you mind if I take over your character? Thanks. Like, Rose, do you mind if I take your character and do something with it? And I feel like Daisy would be like, what are you gonna do? Nothing.
I also feel like there is almost no scenario where that would lead to you asking that question. Like, you have nudged us in directions without doing that, and I feel like for you to be in a position where you would have to do that, like, everything will have had to fall apart, and I can't see us getting there.
Yeah. That would be hilarious if just Daisy, you control Rose when they're Rose, but when they Mega Evolve, I control it, and it becomes this whole like, oh snap. That's a very interesting idea.
When Rose Mega evolves, they turn into the Magician Thief.
That's a plot twist of the century. It's like it's been Rose this whole time. Okay.
To be fair, I didn't count Mega Audino and Mega Altaria in my count of fairy types, so who knows?
So that is all of the Magician Thief conversation that, at least question-wise, we've got here. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? Because we've been going for a while. We've got a lot of questions still. I'm just gonna go person by person. So forget order. We're going chaos here. So I'm answering a bunch of questions. I've got them ordered by person, so we're just gonna go down the list here. Yeah, and then we'll go from there. So a bunch of Discord questions. We're gonna call the next half an hour-ish, maybe, depending on, not even half an hour, depending on how quickly we get through things. We're just gonna call this next segment Evelyn, because Evelyn has asked the following questions. So let's get started. Next one. I apologize if any of the answers are short. They might have to be, but let's go through it. Is there public transit within the cities of the Outcast region? No, because that'll make things too easy for them. I think
We've established that some cities are big enough to have transit. We just haven't seen it.
buses don't exist.
But most of the cities aren't, like, most of the cities and towns we've been in aren't even big enough for that, anyways.
Right, yeah, that's the big thing there. Do you ever plan to promote the podcast on r/mystery dungeon? I should. The fact that I haven't shows my lack of skills in social media. Though if you guys want to, cough, cough, wink, wink, I'm not going to be opposed to that. Be like, hey, I found this brand new show that is totally brand new, even though it's existed for 3 years.
This brand new show that's 4 years old.
Yeah.
I think we all may be social media inept. I don't know about Muhammad, but I am too. I don't understand how to social media.
I wouldn't call myself social media inept because that would imply that I have tried.
Yeah,
Like I've just never really bothered.
Yeah. It looks like an ad break might be coming up.
Yep,
so
Verizon
good time to
wireless
talk
jump
about-
scare. I love that. All right, I'm gonna use this time then to answer some of the us questions as opposed to the not a scratch questions. You know, I don't forget the wheel, man. Victini, you've had the V wheel for a while. We'll give it back to you.
We found Honorroot's breaking point with the wheel.
All right, so we're gonna go through
Now
more...
that the wheel isn't just an excuse for Honorroot to say what he wants to say, and the wheel's actually RNG.
The wheel is legit. Let's see, what's a random question here? If there was a not a scratch anime, who would voice everybody's voice? Who would be
Actual VAs, and Honorroot, and Daisy.
yeah, us. It'd be us unless it's us.
I don't know.
Anybody
I
in
mean, I
particular?
don't know
Or
actual VAs.
Instead
so
of the
I don't-
VA, if you have a character in mind, that would be a...
a character in mind. What do you mean?
Well,
Oh,
so
I
like,
see, I see,
like,
I see.
like the
No,
Pegasus
again,
voice.
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't really have. I don't have anything that comes to mind for Kyle, but I know that if there was some sort of animated production of this, which could literally never happen, it would be a shame if I was the one voicing Kyle.
It's a twist. It's actually all the Pokemon VAs who just say the Pokemon names.
Yeah, you're just gonna hear 6+ seasons of Pika Pika.
And it's the transcripts as subs for it.
Yep. All right, we've answered that question.
Yeah, I don't know. My only poll then would probably be the voice actor who voices Chopper from One Piece, because there's also another
Oh,
Pokemon
yes.
connection. She's also the person who voices Pikachu.
Okie doke. So real quick to just go over because of the ad break there. Evelyn's question: public transportation? No, but most cities are small enough that you can walk around it. Do you plan to promote the podcast in r/mystery dungeon? No, because we don't know how social media works. But if you guys want to, thumbs up, pat on the back, would greatly appreciate it. Is there a distinction between legendary and mythical Pokemon? We sort of answered this in the Discord, but I'll answer it here. In this universe, no. They're all in the same box of stuff. This includes like Ultra Beasts and the newer ones. This does not include Paradoxmons, unless the Paradoxmon is a paradox of existing legend, right? Is that how it works? I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah. Hold on. How do you want to establish that? Because there are paradox forms of legendary Pokemon. 6 of them specifically.
The Paradoxmons are TBD. Everybody else is.
Okay.
Due to the nature of the fact that we got to get through all these questions, I'm gonna TBD, the Paradox Mons, everything else kind of fits to what we said in the past. Why don't the dungeons have names like in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game? I'm going to be honest, it's usually because the dungeons show up at random points, and so we could name them. I think I've named one. I think I named the very first one, the like training forest thing, and I don't remember what name I gave it.
Your guess is as good as mine.
But otherwise, it's just the location there. But it could be interesting. We could name the dungeon. The only issue is that even in the Mystery Dungeon games, the dungeons are mystery dungeons, but they're still like designated locations. Like that is Tiny Beach. Tiny Beach?
Yeah.
Tiny Woods. That is Thunderwave Cave. That is Mountain Steel, etc. Shady Forest. Thank you, Evelyn. That is the name of the introductory place. We could name them, but I sort of just make up the mystery dungeons whenever they
Did
show
not
up.
know
So, how has your experience using Twitter/X to promote your content changed over the past time? Do you get less engagement than you used to? What platforms you use? This kind of builds into the previous thing. I have it's great in terms of mental health. It's not great in terms of like growing the podcast. I have a great ability to forget that social media exists a lot, like all the time. So I do get less engagement. That's also because I've genuinely just not logged into Twitter for a long time, and I should. I
Engagement
ought to.
goes down when you disengage. A crazy thought.
It's kind of funny. But I should, for the sake of the show, get back to using the socials like Thread, Twitter. I have an Instagram page for the show, but I don't, because it's hard to find posts for a podcast. We have Discord. That's the biggest thing, really. And other items like that. And we've talked about, like, I think we had a brief discussion about our Reddit, but I don't know. Hey guys, as social media illiterate folks like me, what's the opinion on having more social medias?
I don't know. I also prioritize mental health by not going on Twitter. But
It's finding that balance right there.
yeah, I don't
My
know.
social
Like I
media
tried.
consumption is like just YouTube. So
Yeah, I've tried to do the Twitter game before too, and it's tiring, and
Mhm.
I don't know.
Very interesting question.
I like the
that-
Discord community.
Yes, Discord is fun, especially us. We got to find Discord group.
if Discord counts as social media, then I guess that's my outlet. But
Right. Is there a hard and fast rule that NPCs in Not a Scratch can't have first and last names, or is it that you guys don't bother to give them full names? It's a good question. I think now that we've established it, I think it's a rule that we're sticking to. In the past, it was kind of just let's just give them one name, default that, and go. Right? Because I think it was a genuine, wait, we figured this out.
it was kind of it was more of a convention that we followed early on, and then at some point, once it got pointed out, it was like, okay, this is kind of a rule that we could follow.
I'm pretty sure it got pointed out specifically when I was joining because I gave my character a last name.
That makes sense,
I
yeah.
I'm trying to think if it was pointed out before
then
then, but
I
I can't
think-
think of a time before that. So yeah.
Yeah, the time that I remember, I think it was in Arc 5 where Honor was saying something about that because we were just it was whenever we were talking about putting Rose together whenever you were recording those episodes, I think, and you were just like, well, did you know?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I don't know.
Those questions have been answered. Ooh, this is fun. I can't wait. I'm going to taunt you here. Evelyn asked, how would monster houses work in the Not a Scratch system?
Huh?
Do you know what monster houses are, Daisy? I know Muhammad does.
I do not know.
Okay.
I know.
Other than the movie?
Maybe you would have experienced it at least when we played through Blue Rescue Team, but I don't know if you would know it now. So, monster houses are effectively, because of mystery dungeons being mystery dungeons, at any point in time, if you walk into a room, a monster house would generate, which is Pokemon effectively fall from the ceiling, and you have a bunch of them show up at one point.
Oh, those.
Yes.
Okay.
So how would that work in this system? They would walk into a room, and there would be a bunch of enemies that appear out of nowhere and start chasing them down. They would probably
We walk into a clearing and we get jumped.
basically. Whether or not it would happen, it's a good point. I should probably have a monster house show up at some point. I don't know how it would work logistically, but it would be funny because it is effectively a 2-on-12, right?
And the line of you finding ways to get Rose to fight.
Yeah, I just kind of this is how I force Rose to fight. It's like, look, it's either
This
this or
would be
you.
the most effective way to get Rose to actually engage.
Right, it's like
fights.
Rose, you fight, or you will go back to the beginning. So what would Monty? I think because the way that I've done it in the past, if they land on a tile, a monster shows up effectively. So they would have to land on a specific tile that is labeled Monster House, which wouldn't be hard to do.
Or we'd have to go back to like one of like, because you used to generate like whole big maps. And
Right,
we
right.
haven't done those in a while. It would have to be like one of those big old dungeons, and you just designate like one tile entering a room being, all right, die button.
Right. Let's see. I'm gonna go through. Let's see. We got a couple more questions from Evelyn, then we'll go through chat. Is the name Alcast taken from somewhere? So the name Alcast, I believe, is in another game franchise. I didn't know about it beforehand, but I know that's a thing. I can't remember which franchise it is, but I've heard the name Alcast somewhere else. Alcast, the name itself, comes from the word alchemy. So it's just the first few letters of that, and then the AS at the end is just effectively like, how do I do the canto, Johto, where it's syllables like that. Alcast is, I just thought AS would fit there. That's where the name comes from. I don't know if I've said that before. That's where the name comes from. It comes from the word alchemy.
I've never heard that. Good to know.
And then, so in part because each of the 8 different states are just various different elements. It's not the main alchemy elements, because I don't think light and darkness are a couple of those, but that's where the name comes from. What units of measurement does the Alcast region have? This is a good question that if I was smart, I would have established. For now, it's just kind of units and stuff.
They have units.
Yeah.
What units and measurements does the Outcast region have? Units.
Units. Everything's in units.
We
just
measure things in units, and we measure time in hours, minutes, seconds, days, months.
Yes. That's it.
And we also measure time in units.
Time is also in units, yes. Everything is in units. In reality, I think... Man, does it have to be the imperial system? Because I know what that is.
No.
It's metric, F it.
Yeah!
Or metric here.
Thank you. Thank
Because
you.
I don't know.
We say as 3 Americans celebrating metrics.
That's true. That's true.
I truly hate the imperial system of measurements.
I
It
hate
doesn't make
imperial.
sense. Yes. I too hate imperial.
Isn't that the whole point of America? No imperial.
No,
Why
they're
are we
very,
little?
very, very imperial.
Well, okay, yes. but, like,
Paganism to the end.
yes, imperial, but not that imperial. And the imperial that we use gets its name from that imperial, which is the imperial we don't like. But now we're that imperial anyways, and now it's all confusing.
I'm not gonna lie, this is a great segue to the next question. And Evelyn's final question that we've got listed here. Is there a formal aristocracy, either current or former nobles, in the Alcast region? Yes, there is. Are we gonna meet them? Probably not. I'll tell you right now, all of them, most 90+% of them are in the Ice World area.
Well,
Huh?
we had our chance.
Yeah, most of them are Ice World area, which I don't know if we're going back there. But not right now, at least.
Tangentially related question. The Mousehold family is not that. Are they old money or new money?
They are newer money.
Okay.
They're business folks that worked, so
They're
it's-
new money.
they're in the grand scheme of things, they're new money. Yeah,
Yeah.
They're philanthropists for the sake of being philanthropists.
they're philanthropists because I want to be an idealistic capitalist. I want to dream that.
Yikes.
I want to believe in my studies.
we've had this debate before.
We have, yes. Let's go through chat here. As Evelyn, thank you very much for all of your questions. Let's see here. What's happening here? Q&A. Question for all of us. Least favorite Pokemon. Do you have one in mind? Mine used to be Skuntank, and then I used it in our Sword and Shield.
Soul Link.
Yeah, Soul Link, and it's no longer my least favorite. I don't know what my least favorite is now. Maybe Perugly,
no.
I think. Just because I have flashbacks to Diamond, Pearl, Platinum.
You know, I'm very quickly shuffling through the. What are we on? 1020 something. We haven't hit 1030 yet, but 1020 something. And I don't know if there is. Like, there's a lot of Pokemon that I just don't have a real opinion on. But I don't know if there's many Pokemon I actively dislike, unless someone can come up with an example.
Well, that's what
But,
I was trying
like-
to think. It's not Pokemon we hate, I guess. It's just Pokemon who are least.
Well,
favorite.
no, least favorite, but like, least favorite is like probably like a 500 way tie between the Pokemon that I
Yeah.
don't particularly care for and the Pokemon that I just forget exists.
I would say I don't contemplate Stunfisk often, but it's interesting.
I feel like that's a lot of the yeah. I think it's not necessarily like I dislike this Pokemon. It's more of I dislike the fact that somebody in the game used it against me. Like I don't dislike
Yeah.
Purugly. I just dislike Mars's Purugly.
No, I figured that's where your dislike of Purugly and Skuntank
Yeah.
came from.
Yeah, oh,
Team
yeah.
Galactic.
Yep.
Like, that's it. What was
Um,
Saturn's? What was Saturn's strong Pokemon?
Toxicroak.
Did Saturn have one?
Toxicroak.
Okay, that's why.
Bronzong used to be one, and then I found a full-on shiny in my Scarlet Violet playthrough that
Oh
made
my
it
God, right.
made it just like, all right, you're great now.
What Pokemon do I not particularly care for?
While you think about that, was a Mondstadt mentioned when you found the riddles? So potentially, if I'm not mistaken, I think Adam by himself found the riddles, but I might be wrong there. And then we got a bunch of stuff here. Yes, Nightbot is a bot that's controlled by me. This is one of the few bots I own. You got one, Mohammed? A Pokemon in mind that is like
I really can't think of one. I don't know if there are any suggestions in the chat, but probably I don't know.
we got a Magmar. Just like which design-wise, I don't
I-
think it's the best, but
I can understand why some people are uncomfy with Magmar. I don't hate it.
I've heard people don't like Magmar because it's got a butt for a forehead.
right, yeah,
Yeah,
design-wise.
and
that's-
it's like, and I don't really notice it that much. Like to me, it's not a very prominent feature.
That's why I
Like, my
made a
eyes-
regional variant of Magmar that's a surfer and it's got just some cool goggles over there
Nice.
instead.
That question's been answered. All right. So those are we've caught up with chat. We got Jinx is design-wise very much not a
Jinx
fun one.
again. It's one where it's like, okay, I'm slightly uncomfy, but I can appreciate that you got me there. You know,
Mr. Rhyme, Mr. Rhyme, Mr. Rhyme,
I
Mr. Rhyme.
I like Mr. Rhyme.
Mr. Rhyme scares me. I'm afraid of Mr. Rhyme.
Nah, Mr. Rhyme's just a dude. He's chilling.
Yeah.
That's the point.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Let's start this Pokemon battle. Let's go. Jim. Yo, dude, I don't want to do this. I'm just a guy. We work together. Please.
Nah, Mr. Rhyme's the homie. I love him.
All right. So caught up on chat for now. Evelyn, thank you for the questions. Pure Glaceon, thank you for the questions. I think we've answered all of yours at some point earlier on. Mochi's got one. This is a very interesting question. I don't think we'll get to everybody's, but Mochi does ask, what is every recruits of the Lost favorite food and their favorite type of cake? So we'll instead of everybody's, because I can't think of everybody's at once. What's Rose's and Kyle's favorite food or cake or something along those lines? We'll answer one part of it. We haven't really established food much in this universe beyond just apple
Yeah.
go burr.
Yeah.
I feel like Kyle like enjoys trail mix, but not in the way that like, you know, we all like enjoy trail mix. No, Kyle's like, this is like my favorite, most delicious ingredients all put in one. You know, I feel like-
gosh.
I feel like that's a Kyle thing.
I mean, everyone's vegetarian in here, so I don't know what vegetarian version of chicken and waffles is, but that's probably Rose. Mostly just because that's like my favorite breakfast.
Had chicken and waffles and I was like, oh my god.
And I can't rank much other foods because most foods trump breakfast foods in my opinion.
Yeah, Evelyn asked tofu
No, breakfast
waffles.
foods-
That could be something interesting.
Yeah.
Or like,
breakfast foods are fantastic.
What is it? In Pokemon Sleep and I think a few other things, they do like the what's it, like bean sausage sort of thing? That's one of the ingredients you can get.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I guess something like that.
Yeah.
And then favorite cake? I don't know. Does Kyle have a sweet tooth?
I mean, you just said you like trail mix, so trail mix typically has a sweet item in it, right?
Well, but it's more salty than sweet.
That's true.
And like this is like trail mix that is 70% M&M, but like that's not like Kyle's like no, like just straight up like different kinds of nuts, maybe some fruits in there. Like that's Kyle's jam.
Mhm.
Does Kyle have much of a sweet tooth? Because I have a huge sweet tooth, but I don't know if Kyle does.
I don't know.
All right, let's thank you, Mochi, for the question. Michelle's got a couple. So let's go to there. Michelle, if the three of you had to swap roles for a session, whose role would you want and why? So you can't be your specific person. You can be, for you two, you can be the DM or the other player. Which one would you rather be?
I mean, I would probably say I'll take DM if Kyle's particularly afraid of it, just because I have the experience. But
Well, I think this I would say treat it more as like just whatever your preference is. Like we
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have to agree on a new rotation here. It's just out of the two, which would you prefer?
I don't know. I could take a swing at being the DM, but I don't have all the plans in line, contrary to what I may explain is happening. I'm just here for the ride.
Mohammed?
But we could
See,
do
for
some
me-
fun stuff.
For me, both what both Daisy and Oddrude bring is stuff that's like way over my head, right? But like if I had to pick one, I could fumble less as a more story driven player than as the GM of the game. So that's my answer. I could be more willing and less hesitant to just turn my gamer brain off and just dive headfirst into character and story chaos.
Right. I think between the two players, I think the type of player that I am fits the Rose character more than Kyle's. Maybe. I haven't been a player often enough to really know this, but I feel like I'm more of a story person playing wise than the min maxer. I think. You're not quite a min maxer.
I can tell you that your play style is definitely much closer to Daisy's than mine. For sure.
All right, cool. Bonus episode. I'll GM. You'll both play story roles, and we'll mess some things up.
Yep. Rosa's DM, and we got two Audinos just running stuff. Michelle also asked, do you have any favorite memories related to Pokemon that you're comfortable sharing? So any Pokemon related memory that isn't this show. I would think. I mean, it can be the show, but that isn't the show that you got just like, ooh, that's a good moment from this point in time.
Let's see.
I don't have anything from my childhood that like really stands out. And like I had like a huge break from Pokemon from after Gen 4 until like basically like towards like a tail end of Gen 8 really. So like I
Yeah.
can't think of any like big like childhood memories. In terms
think-
of like a more recent memory for me, like when the ladder first came, the in-game ladder was finally came out for Scarlet and Violet, and like I was actually having fun with like team building and competitive. And I made a team that like actually worked. It was like, oh, this is so satisfying. But again, that's the gamer brain, and that's like the enjoyment I get out of Pokemon mostly now.
Most memories I would probably have to surface by playing through the game or listening to very specific moments of a different podcast, because I listen to things as I play, and listening to that just reminds me of stuff that I have. But I think like two memories that are coming up right now is specifically the first time I played Diamond. I was borrowing it from a friend, and I was planning on giving it back, so I couldn't delete their save data, so I could not save the game. So I left my DS
God.
plugged into a wall for I think 3 months.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
And then, after I beat the game, they said I could keep the game. So I had to turn it off, delete their file, and do it all again.
Oh no.
And the other one I have is just like being really bad at Sapphire and not knowing where anything is. So having to go to my neighbor and like sit out on their porch with my freaking Game Boy SP that I was borrowing from my sibling and like asking this friend like, where do you go? You're older than me. You know how to do things. And they were just like, all right, we gotta know what's up. You gotta get to the Safari Zone. That's where you can get Pinsir and Tauros, and we gotta get them. I was like, all right, cool. I'm gonna name my Pinsir Spencer, and then I'm gonna name Kyogre Floaty.
Floaty.
Those names both fit so incredibly. Oh my god.
Oh, that's great.
Spencer the Pinsir.
Spencer the Pinsir just works.
Yeah.
Oh, Floaty.
Oh man, what's a good Pokemon memory for me? Part of the reason I talk about this a lot. Part of the reason I have the YouTube channel is just so that it's effectively a diary memory vault of games, so that I can answer this question. What's a good memory? My first time beating Platinum. Was it my first time beating Platinum? It might not have been my first time, but one of my first times beating Platinum. I with a friend's DS traded over, so I had all three starters to start off with, and so I had the team of what would it be? Empoleon, Infernape, Torterra, Staraptor, Graveler, Luxray. That feels like the Sinnoh team right there. And I beat the game with that, and I just remember that being so fun because I'm like, oh, I got all three starters. And having to like navigate the when you trade, how they get experience faster. I had to balance that out. If not that, a lot of my memories have been relatively recent, like playing through Sword and Shield with Muhammad for the first time. That was a joy because I was able to go through the story while still having someone vaguely point me in the right direction.
You finding that shiny Stuffle, I will never forget how incensed
That
in
was-
that moment.
The shiny Stuffle moment was good. There was another shiny. I can't remember what it was. It was another shiny later in the game, right? We were doing some.
We
training.
found shiny Snows as we were grinding because there was an event going on.
There was.
And,
Oh gosh, there was a. We were in a cave or something like that as we were training. I don't remember what it was. It was a
was
fighting
there
type. There was a second one that I found. I can't remember what it was.
There was. What was it? Because we were in which gal? I think we were in the second Galar mine, right?
I think so. We were. That sounds right.
God, I can't for the life of me figure it out.
Hold
Is
on.
it somewhere on your shorts?
It is a short that I have, so I'm honestly gonna scroll through that and see if I can find it. Oh, Scraggy, that's it.
Yeah.
I found a shiny
Yeah.
Scraggy while we were just wandering around. And I remember your expression, which is effectively like, another one?
Yeah, because that was not that long after the Stuffle either. That was, yeah.
Oh, that was a good moment.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm surprised you haven't found more shinies in Scarlet and Violet.
I found the one Bronzong,
Yeah.
which is wild because I remember talking about it afterwards where it's like, oh, I've never gotten a full-out shiny. Oh, wait, no, when playing through Sword and Shield, I found 2.
Yup.
Well, maybe the second one I think might have been increased odds because we were just fighting folks.
Well, no. That's not increased odds at all.
Okay.
Those were both full on shinies in terms of you rolled 1 in 4096.
Which was fun. That's a fun little. So a lot of it is
Meanwhile,
recent.
I'm here with a half box of shinies after over a year of playing Scarlet and Violet. I have half a box, most of which came from increased shiny odd events. All of which came after I got the shiny charm.
Yeah, but a lot of them have been recent moments, and I'm hoping you know what my favorite Pokemon memory is the next one. Shout out Bill Belichick, I guess. I don't know.
Think an ad just popped up. BT Dubs.
All right, let's do some of the. Did Daisy popped out for a second, right?
What? Hi, I'm here.
Oh, okay. No, you just said BT doubles. I wasn't sure if you were leaving. Or
Oh,
not.
I said I think an ad popped up. BT Dubs.
Oh, okay.
Also,
let's-
my cat has entered the chat.
cat's here. You know what? Let's talk about your cat. Your cat's got some questions. I'm not gonna lie.
All right.
Where are they? So Sword and Buckler has a couple of actually a question for each of you, effectively. How much do your cats think they rule the world for both of you?
Huh.
On a scale of 1 to, like, on a scale of...
Actually, Mohammed, I have a scale for
Uh,
you. I have a scale for you. Specifically, it's in the
Okay.
question itself. Mohammed, on a scale of all of this is mine to I rule everything, bow down before me, peasant, how much do you think your cats rule the world?
How much do my cats think they rule the world, right?
Right. The low end of the scale is all of this is mine. The high end of the scale is
Yeah.
I rule everything, bow before me, peasant.
My cats are honestly at like a -2 and an 8 on that scale. It's a really interesting dynamic that they have.
In order to think that he rules the world, Toby would have to think. And he has a smooth brain. All thoughts just slide right off. He's just a rascal, always causing a ruckus. He does jump up on my counters a lot, though. Where he's not allowed.
That sounds like a solid 3 on that scale to me.
Yeah. Really, it's less of ruling the world and more of just like, hey, I'm gonna be where you are, so you have to hold me while you're doing things when I'm awake.
Fair.
Yeah, solid 3 out of 10.
So,
Solid
there's-
3 out of bow before me, peasant.
Right.
I think a majority of the actual airtime that we are playing, I have my cat in my arms.
Seems pretty accurate there. I think the ads are cleared. They are, at least on my end. Jonathan asked a question that we answered previously. Thank you, Jonathan, about the Quaquavel level 100 Pokemon. We sort of answered that earlier. Sword and Buckler, thank you again for the cat question. Darkrai Drive has a bunch of questions that I somehow didn't roll randomly. I'm going to go through this as quickly as I can because a lot of these are ideas as well. Not a question, but food for thought. The Magician Thief said they can get the key from Kyle at any time. The only people with access to permission from Kyle to enter his room are Ralph, Sandoran, and Rose. Could the Magician Thief be Sandoran? Probably not. Or a Terra Fairy Ralph?
Like I said earlier, if the Magician Thief is not a natural fight, a fairy type, it opens more questions than answers.
Any thoughts, Daisy?
Huh? No.
Cool. Next thing, Dark Art Drive. More so related to the ending of Arc 4, but after thinking about the appearance of Aaron, it made me think, would Snow and Ralph have still run into each other at some point despite him not being a recruit? Like they just meet out and about and he decides to join the Bronze Roses because of her. It could be an interesting question. My internal idea,
I thought we touched on this slightly
I feel like we may have in the past.
in the Arc 5 Q&A.
We did, and I think I brought up the fact that this would be a bonus game that I would love to run.
Yes. Yeah. You did bring that up.
Um,
The answer is,
The answer is wait for that episode, bonus episode that may or may not happen. But if it does, then it does. Darker Tribes, next question. This is a good one. Rose, this is for you. What was Rose going to do if you managed to successfully tackle and pin the MT? Was it just going to be questioning of motives and how they got in, or was Rose going to start a battle on their own, despite usually straying away from conflict? So, at the end, Magician Thief escapes, Snap disappears. Imagine you caught them.
That's a really good question, and I could really only give you the answer if I succeeded.
I love that. I'm going to charge into you. I don't know what the result's going to be. We're going to see what happens.
there was no step 2 to that plan.
Nope.
Step 1 was catch, step
I
2,
think-
profit.
I think step 2 was going to just be looking back at everybody and being like, see?
See what I mean? Ah, that's fun.
Step 1, capture Magician Thief. Step 2, turn to Kyle.
No. More of step 2 turn to, like, Aaron, or who was talking about this other person. Or, like,
Oh, right, because this was in the...
Yeah. or like just the general, all of the rest of the recruits
Step
being
2,
like,
turn to Gazebo.
yeah.
That would have been very funny. Question for Kyle here. If Kyle had seen the Magician Thief's gestures of like, hey, go to Tenebris instead of to Ave and the Frost Riders, would you have still decided to go to the Frost Riders, or would you have chased after the potential recruit? So you didn't see the signs and therefore decided to stick with the Frost Rider path. Had you seen the signs,
Yeah.
would you have tried to go Tenebris way?
There would have been a slight exchange of looks if the Magician Thief expressed, like, hey, trust me, do this. I think Kyle would have changed his mind. If Kyle just like looked at the Magician Thief questioningly and the Magician Thief gave Kyle nothing, I think Kyle might have stuck with the original plan and just been like, and kind of just waved the Magician Thief off and like, we'll get to you later. We're on our schedule right now.
Next question: Will the crystal type make a return for future battles, and how do you think the battle would have gone without Victini? So, will the crystal type make a return? I don't know. It exists in this universe now, so now it's a matter of whether or not they'll stick around or if it's a one-time thing. How do you think the battle would have gone without Victini? That's a good question. I ask you guys because Victini was the big damage dealer, being a Pokemon that could beat a crystal type. Had you not had Victini, what would have happened?
Had we not had Victini, we wouldn't have been in that situation. Is my answer.
That is true. Let's suppose Victini, for whatever reason, couldn't fight.
So it's us there with Rotom.
It's you. Yeah, yeah.
We're okay.
It's you two and Rotom versus Crystal Steelix. Maybe Manaphy's there, although I'll be honest, Manaphy being a water type wouldn't really help too much.
Yeah, no, it's GG's.
Kyle just
I
gave
mean,
up.
I think my strategy would have shifted to, all right, Kyle's distracting this thing. I'm gonna go around, get the gem, and then we're just gonna peace.
Yeah.
So it would be
like-
less of a fight and more of a
puzzle.
like a ticking clock. Yeah.
Yeah. Because unless you nerfed that thing for the absence of Victini in the fight, no shot.
Yeah, I would not have done that. It was set regardless of who was showing up.
Yeah, so no shot. GG's. I would have still tried. Believe me, Kyle would have still tried. But that's yeah, no.
Breezy Leaf, go! Bounce. Oh no.
Exactly.
Um.
Like, well, I got nothing. That's all I got.
Dark Red Drive's final question: will the Red Book segments be making a return, or is that more put to the post game show? It's definitely in the post game show. So if you're a Patreon member that has access to the post game show, there will definitely be stuff there. I do want to try to bring that back at least, though if it does come back, it'll be inconsistent. So I can't guarantee anything. But there's still aspects of the Red Book that I could touch on that I haven't yet, so I kind of want to check that out. Thank you, Dark Red Drive, for your questions. Let's go through the chat, because they've been talking shiny Pokemon. See anything else here? Magician Thief. Magician Thief could be a Kecleon with protein. That's very funny. Just a Pokemon with protein as an ability.
Okay.
So it would be a Pokemon that uses a Fairy type move and then stays that way.
Well, Kecleon
Right?
Kecleon gets color change. Kecleon's the opposite ability, where
Oh, okay.
it gets hit with a move and becomes that type.
So it runs into it punches a Wigglytuff, and then gets
The
hit and then runs
Wigglytuff
away.
punches back and then goes. Yeah, it could also be like a Protean or Libero mod, but who gets Protean and Libero? It's just
What's it? Greninja gets one, right?
well, Greninja gets Protean, and Meowscarada. Meowscarada's the other one that gets it.
Dark Red Drive saying it's the hidden ability for Kecleon.
And Cinderace gets Libero. So like, is it? Huh? Didn't
Maybe.
know. Didn't know that.
I'm not up to date on my hidden abilities.
Time to very quickly Google Protean.
Put the non-scratch type chart on Discord. That's a good idea. Could you tag me on Discord, reminding me? Just tag me in the lockers, and I will try to do that after the Q&A is finished, because I need to organize it a little bit.
I did not know that Kecleon got Protean as a hidden ability.
All right. Eli, we're going through Eli's questions. Daisy, why did you choose to play a quote-unquote problem recruit who wanted to question everything about the operation instead of just following along and helping however you can? Why'd you have to be a problem to me, Daisy?
Well, so what I will say is a big part of it is the fact that there were specific things that me, the player, did not realize I did not know.
That helps, yeah.
So
Interesting.
I think my problemness was just because I forgot stuff. So I was just mixing up what I knew in game versus what I potentially knew out of game versus what I've seen in game. Yeah. So that's partially it. The other one I think is just slightly an adjustment from the way that I have played games before versus the way that like we interact and work through this in this game, where I am not always used to like this much improv on it. So I'm like working through specific things that could lead to other different things in like a different system of
Mhm.
play that just that's not how we play.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's also part of the problem, is just my own personal adjustment to being in the game, because on top of that, I also don't usually play as a player character. I have been playing tabletop games for like almost 10 years at this point, and I've been a GM the whole time. I usually am very anxious to be a player. That is why I fall into the GM slot a lot. So it's a whole mix of things like that. But then also it's kind of just fun to be a little bit of a problem sometimes.
Follow-up question.
Yeah.
Did the initial dynamic between Kyle and Rose have anything to do with encouraging those character choices? Just out of
What do you
curiosity.
mean initial dynamic? Like episode 3?
Yes.
Basically, that start.
I think
Like, did that have any influence on it, or was that already a character decision that you had made, and it just so happened to work out so well for that initial moment of Kyle being like, "You don't need to know this."
I think that specific moment helped a lot in terms of like where I wanted to try and take things, or at least after that episode, because that episode revealed a lot of this like, oh wait, there's some things I don't know. But I don't know. It probably informed a lot of how I played in later episodes, specifically around the Magician Thief, because that was like the core I don't trust the Magician Thief stuff.
Yeah.
But truly, I think as we kept playing, there wasn't much influence of previous stuff, because there were episodes I showed up and I was just a chaos monster.
Oh, I mean, of course.
And that I think influenced a lot more than any specific interaction.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else we got here? For me, what would you have done if you rolled a nat 20 instead of a nat 1 for what the other recruits had done in the meeting introducing Rose in episode 1? So I rolled to see what other recruits have basically done while Kyle was doing this Enduran travel. I rolled a nat 1. I said, and I think this is a quote, they didn't do squat. I would have probably done something similar to what, maybe more. Had I rolled a nat 20, I think what I likely would have done, I probably would have given more answers to the test. I think that's effectively it. So I would have forced Kyle to make a choice, I think, of like, here are a bunch of things that are going to be solved. Which one of them would you like to see? I don't know what they would be specifically, but it would have been like, hey, we know there's a recruit in this location. We're going to meet up with them, and it'd be relatively close by. But it would be away from where Manaphy needed to go. Because the whole point of Arc 5, the whole point technically of end of Arc 3, Arc 3's goal was to get to Sindoran, and then from Sindoran go to the ocean. Arc 4 was a deviation from the fact that you were supposed to go to the ocean. Arc 5 was getting to the ocean and stopping to pick up somebody along the way. And Arc 6 is you going to the ocean, finally doing the job. So like half the show, if not more, has been dedicated to getting Manaphy and throwing Manaphy into a body of water, effectively. And so what I would have done is just forced more distractions, I guess, keeping the Chekhov's gun, to refer to something we were talking about earlier. Probably been like, hey, there's this big puzzle piece that's close by to where you are, but away from the ocean. You want to go see that? There's this thing that's very far away, but might be extremely important. Probably would have introduced like a bad guy thing, and being like, hey, they're acting up in this location here. They're too much for us because they brought a small army, let's say. I would have thrown... Pirates may have shown up again, yeah. So I would have thrown a bunch of things that are happening at once and sort of forced Kyle to make the executive decision. And I guess Rose would have made the decision as well, because by that point, they would start to tag along. Make the decision of, like, where are you going? So that sort of would have been it. What they would have been, you would have had to ask me had I rolled the nat 20. So it's hard to say.
You wouldn't know unless you actually tackled the Magician Thief.
Yeah, basically, it's that situation all over again. What started or caused the massive amount of anime references around episode 6?
Me.
That's
Yes.
legit the answer.
Yeah.
It's me. It's the chaotic energy I've been talking about.
Yep.
There was an episode probably around there where I would not stop talking about One Piece.
Yep.
And then also we realized, or at least I realized, that the magic items are just the Dragon Balls.
That was it. I think that's what really kicked it off there. Because then we had episodes where
that was in one of the big anime reference episodes.
Yep. The Dragon Ball is the show. One Piece is the show. Pokemon is the show. Obviously, we had Yu-Gi-Oh reference. At that point, we were just throwing things out there.
There was
Definitely
a stretch
me,
of
though.
episodes where all of us essentially edited the same episode because it was all just anime references throughout. I think I got 2 of them.
Yeah, that was a good stretch there. It was just anime reference after anime reference. We've calmed down a little bit. Probably. All right. Next
Yeah.
question. What was in the basement of the mansion? That's a good question. You want me to be? Here's another.
I thought you were just gonna leave it at that's a good question.
No. I'll talk a little. I'm not going to answer the question for multiple reasons. One, they may visit the mansion again, and 2 is about this specific point. When I was building the mansion out loud, like describing the locations, I did not mention the basement. And then I think it might have been Daisy, but I don't exactly remember. One of you guys said basement, and I was confused, but I'm like, all right, I'll buy it. Maybe there is a basement. And then when it became set in stone, I just decided, you know what? Screw it. There's a basement. So, what's in the basement? I don't know, because I didn't plan for a basement to exist. I had one door that went to an attic where all the items were, and the goal was getting through that door. And then y'all said
The
something about a
is
basement.
the portal to the real world.
Y'all said something about a basement, and I'm like, all right, sure.
Wait, who said something about a basement?
One of you
Probably
guys.
me. It was
I-
probably me.
I think it might have been Daisy, where
Yeah,
there's like a door to the
yeah.
basement. I'm just like, I think that just went over my head, where we're like door to the basement. I must have heard it like door to the attic as well, or just heard that twice. I'm like, all right, that makes sense. And then they just started setting in stone like there's a basement. I'm like, where's this basement coming from? I did not build a basement.
That's where you wake up in the game version of Not a Scratch. That's the portal from the human world.
So there's something in that basement. I don't know what it is, but there's something in that basement. Now the question is whether or not they'll ever go in it. This is final thing from Darkrai Drive, or not Darkrai, sorry, Eli. Not sure exactly where the question is here, but when the Magician Thief meets with Kyle and Rose in the dream, Rose says that it would have been helpful to know that the Magician Thief existed because she saw them at the Blank Mansion, but I thought Rose just saw the black key and that someone took it without actually seeing who took it. I think technically speaking, I don't think Rose saw the Magician Thief take the key, but I think Rose quickly put 2 and 2 together, or maybe just had the Magician Thief on the mind at that point and was like, yep, they did it. Because I described
I
it
also-
as the key was there, the key is gone.
Yeah, I also think I could be misremembering. In that moment, you had like said like, "Oh, it's like the person you saw take the key."
No, I thought we did check to see if Rose recognized
But
them
I
as
don't
having been there.
remember.
So
it could just be that was said a long time ago and then we forgot. But
Oh wait, wasn't there also some level of Rose using aura perception to be like, oh wait, this is the person that we didn't recognize in the house?
that might have also been it.
I thought we did that.
The-
We did verify it in some way. I don't remember exactly how, but I remember us verifying that.
Oh my goodness. The main reason for like that comment though was less exactly about that moment, but more just about like, look, this person's been coming up and they've obviously been near us, so like it would have been helpful to know
they were right there.
from the beginning that I should be on the lookout for somebody who's like watching us.
Yeah, slight point attention there.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Just
It's water under the bridge. It's fine.
all right, we're winding down with questions here. I'm gonna go to Ari, who's got a few questions. Aris Nix. This is an interesting question. This is a question that's directed to me. So this during the Discord they were discussing. Okay, because was it Kyle? Kyle picked 3 people to open the door to test it out before chaos ensued. And so Aris Nix asks, while at the Blank Mansion, if north the Magna Zone, south the Steelix, and Indy the Phanpy had been picked to try the fairy door, could it have opened? So I will answer this question here. It could have opened. Would it have opened? I don't know.
Honored, have I mentioned that I hate you today?
Maybe earlier, actually. I don't know.
Well, if I haven't mentioned it earlier, I'm gonna mention it now. I hate you.
Appreciate it, bro. Here's a question I will answer. This is a bit of a long one, but it's a good point that needs to be made. and I love the detail. So in Arc 5, Episode 14, the requirement for stat increasing projects a character can do was changed so that it would take 2 weeks from when they start the project, regardless of whether the character is at a guild or on the road. Kyle started the project with the Battle Hammers to improve his beauty/wisdom. I assume it's one or the other. Beauty because it is wisdom. On July 31st in game for Episode 14, starting the day after the guild vanished, which was stated in Episode 10 as being July 30th. As of Arc 6, Episode 16, the date was given as August 24th, which means Arc 6 ended on August 25th, well over 2 weeks since Kyle's project began. So my question is twofold.
Yep.
Has Kyle finished his beauty/wisdom project, and will he and Rose be starting new projects during Arc 7? Love the question. Love the detail. The answer, first off, is yes. However, I have to jot this down and remind myself that I need to increase your stats.
I know in the back of my mind there's been a couple of moments where I was like, let me ask about this, but we never really had an opportunity because there was always something happening. Like this, the start of Arc 7 is going to be the first real downtime that Rose and Kyle have had in like 2 weeks.
Yes, very true. So the project is done. The stat 2 needs to be increased. New projects will need to be started. And then Darkrai Drive brings up a fantastic idea. Good point, but I completely forgot about this system. For Arc 7, I feel a good way to change it could be meeting specific requirements, like with mastering a move. For example, talk to X number of NPCs, or doing some sort of like the actual contest thing and finding some system towards that. So here's an announcement. I'm changing it again to actually do something like this. I think this is a much better idea than wait days profit. So what it is exactly, I'm not 100% sure, but it'll be slightly easier to know that stats need to increase rather than keeping track of days, because I haven't been.
I think this is also a better system because going forward, like this system was introduced when we were still very tied to the official guilds and that structure, and now we are very disjointed from it. In fact, like I think at this point, moving forward, Kyle's almost not going to have any interaction with guilds at all, really, outside of just stop in, logic, move on. Right? Because he doesn't have Ralph with him. He has Rose, who is not part of this exchange program.
Right,
So,
right.
I think now that we're going to be very disjointed from guilds for the majority of the time, I like this change. I'm a fan. I also just want to get my stats up because my dice, they're very ambivalent towards me right now, and a little boost can help.
Okay. So I have tossed in our chat, in our recording chat, a couple of questions, because I have to step away for like a couple of minutes. But these are the questions from Crow. They're talking a lot about Scarlet and Violet stuff that I could theoretically answer and will, but Mohammed, take over for a quick second.
I'm taking over.
Yeah, because
Well,
I know you can answer these questions.
Oh,
Oh, there's our chat.
yeah, the Zencaster chat, the one we never use. Okay. So I think Honorable mentioned these questions are from Crow, and if I'm misremembering or if he misspoke, that's on him, not on me. Question: do you prefer past or future Paradox Pokemon? Which Paradox Pokemon is your favorite? Daisy, thoughts?
Let's see. I know too much about the Paradox Pokemon, other than just like what I saw in the game, so I don't have too strong of opinions on them. But
So you don't know much about the future Paradoxes, right?
I mean, sort of. What I'll say is that I'm pretty disappointed in the naming convention of the future ones.
Oh, hard agree. Yeah, it's lazy.
But then there's a decent chunk of like design choices in the past ones that I'm a little iffy on, but I also don't know. I don't have too much of an opinion on them. They're kind of there. They're things that I'm not gonna use really ever.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I find it interesting. I also other specific opinions about the whole
That's
Area Zero ending
You-
thing
you do
of the main
you-
story of Scarlet Violet that we
I
won't
feel
really
like-
get into. That kind
Yeah,
of
no, no,
affects
no.
my opinion.
No, of course. I feel like it does very much. It is very much colored by your take on
Yeah.
the story itself.
I guess I just say I
Um,
think they're a missed opportunity. I think they're a little bit of a whiff.
Interesting. I personally like them more. I like the past ones a lot more than the future ones on a whole. Not just because the names are a little more interesting, but also I think design-wise they're a little more interesting. Like they didn't do anything really crazy with the future ones.
Yeah.
Favorites. Raging Bolt's the only one that comes to mind right now. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what it was before Raging Bolt, but I saw that thing in the game and I was just like, yes, yes, it's fun.
Is it? Wait, is it in the game now?
Yep.
Like, is it available? Oh, dang! I haven't played in a while, so
Yeah.
I probably need to get that thing. Then.
I'm taking Raging Bolt to a tournament tomorrow, so that's gonna be fun.
Dang. I think I always forget them. I always forget them all, but the I don't know.
What's the base Pokemon? Oh, all right, you don't have them.
Yeah, I guess the Great Tusk is the only one that is
Mm,
interesting enough to me because it's really the only one that's relevant. At least in
I
there,
guess to the story itself, yeah, they're all kind of locked away in the post game, and
yeah,
if you're not doing much with it, if you're not like really battling with them a lot, it's really just they're there for the decks.
yeah. It also it's an ad
They
right
don't really
now,
factor
so
into the story.
I think so. I'll take this moment to be like part of the reason that they're a little underwhelming for me is because they're supposed to be like the threat of the game, but they're not because there's only the one that shows up.
That's true. Yeah, there's a lot of
So-
scare around. They're supposed to be breaking out of Area Zero, and we never.
Yeah,
actually
and it's
see it
like
happen.
I found one, and it was big, and then I defeated it. So, okay, I guess these are other cool visual things, but I don't know.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
Yeah. I don't have the list of. Oh, okay, you're back. Perfect. We got through the first Scarlet and Violet related question. I don't know if we want to do the second one now during this ad break or not. I guess it's not a scratch related, right? So we can kind of hit it now, right?
Yeah, we might as well. The last one's the only one
Yeah.
that's really not a scratch related.
Well, the last one's not a scratch related. The last one we weren't going to answer without you, anyways.
Right.
But the second question that we'll answer now is opinions on the Treasures of Ruin. Love them.
Yeah, I like them a lot. I think it's a very cool way to introduce some Pokemon things, and I really liked the school mechanic of Scarlet and Violet, and that's where a lot of that
You
like
did.
plotline comes.
Yeah.
By playing through it, you can tell that is where they spent the most time, which is why
Oh.
I like it.
Yeah,
So
that's where 90% of the creative juice.
yeah, I'm like, okay, these are very cool. They put a lot of effort into.
And I like the lore around the
this.
Treasure of Ruins. I like
Yeah.
the backstory. I like the way you. Oh, yeah. No, they put in so much effort into the school thing. I don't know how much of what I said got cut out by my internet being weird. But yeah, the lore of the Treasures of Ruin and the way that you discover them, both like through the school thing, but then also just like around Paldea too, is really cool. Design wise, they all hit. None of them missed.
Mhm.
And like from actual like from the competitive side, they're all also really fun. Yeah. No, they are fantastic. Enroute has no idea what we're talking about.
I don't that because the one thing that I did not do in my Violet Scarlet gameplay was going through the school. I just went out into the universe and did those things, which I had my own fun. Who needs classes? He
Yeah.
says going to school.
Enroute,
You're like,
Enroute, all I'm gonna say is with the Treasures of Ruin, you're missing out. That's like such a fun little thing.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah.
also a fun little way to explore Paldea too.
in terms of like unlocking and catching these the ruinous quartet. They're
Oh,
they're
sure,
really
sure,
cool.
sure. Yeah. It's one of those things that I need to go back and do when I go back to the game, because it's the one that and the epilogue are the big things that I have not touched. That really needs to happen. Just school in general, and then the epilogue.
School, the epilogue are like big things that you haven't done. There's also like the League Club, which is also like a big post game thing. But
Right. Yeah.
I feel like you'd also enjoy that because you get some fun character interactions out of that.
Yes. That's yeah.
Yeah, and then beyond that is like things for like doing your decks, like catching all the legendaries and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like catching the legend treasures of ruin, catching the loyal 3, all that good stuff.
All right. So the final question that Crow submitted: are there terrestrialization mechanics that are being developed or plans to introduce terrestrialization mechanics in the game? Would it be a recruits only type of thing? A very good question. It's a good question because I don't know the answer to this. I haven't developed anything as of yet. The possibility exists. I think we did this last Q&A, right? Someone asked about sea crystals, and I was like, well, it could. Maybe it could. There's a possibility there. If it is existing, I highly doubt I'm going to make it a recruits only thing. That doesn't feel quite right. I guess the one explanation you can give for it would be like Terapagos is a legendary, or Terapagos is a mythical, and therefore mythicals give their powers.
Terapagos is a legendary.
Is it legend? Okay. Terapagos is a legendary, and so because it's a legendary, it gives the powers to other people that are close to legendaries, like the recruits here. That would be the only way I could theoretically do it, but I also don't know if I necessarily want to do it that way, because like in the games, for example, it's not like Terapagos needs to be next to you in order to terrestrialize. It's kind of just in existence, and boom, the rest of the region has it. The same way that is it Eternatus causes Gigantamaxing and Dynamaxing?
Yes, but like the way it's done is like with Eternatus, it's through the like Galar particles, right, that are kind of spread throughout Galar. That's what gives the energy, and then in very specific spots where they're very concentrated, you can Dynamax. That's why they built the gyms there. And then like for Paldea, it's a similar thing where because your Terra Orb has like Terra Crystal in it, that's why you can terrestrialize.
Right.
And that's why you see like in areas with overflowing terrestrial energy from underground, that's where like you see the wild Terra Pokemon and Terra Raid crystals and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So.
So if I were to do it, it would
like
be
if it would, if there was like you could introduce like Terra crystals in some way, like some deposit somewhere, that could work. But again, that's a you decision.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. I will not, unfortunately, be able to go through all of Inteleon Spy's questions. I'm gonna go through and see if there are anything that I think would be
We'd
really
be here for a while, if so.
You say this like we haven't been here for a while. I have stood, lied down, paced around, and sat and stood again during this recording.
Let's see. Is there anything here that's like really? All right, I'll throw this one out to you, Kyle. A quick random question. Kyle, is your mom, dad, or sister as wise as Ralph's mom? Are there any sayings like that your family has?
As wise, yes. With quotable wise, probably not.
How does Susie know everything? Because they do. That feels like a good answer, right?
Because they're Susie. Next.
Yeah, because they're Susie. Is Susie Arceus? Probably not.
But the chances aren't 0%.
The chances are not 0.
With Honorud, it's never a no.
Muhammad, this is a question for you, because I know your answer to this. Is there a Not a Scratch multiverse?
I mean, listen to Arc 5 Episode 0.
Yeah.
right? Like, yeah,
Yeah.
there is. I have to navigate it all the time.
Or what do you call the Aduran region thingy thing?
Oh, the Aduran Region Cinematic Universe.
There you go. There's the ARCU.
The
That's what it is.
Arceus.
Let's see what else we got here. I know this question was asked in chat earlier, and Intelligent Spy asked us as well. Real quick, what tips do you have to give to someone who wants to make their own TTRPG?
Read a bunch of tabletop games.
Yes, that's a big thing.
That's my suggestion. But I'm not the one creating this one. I've just tried to write others. but
Make
read a
stuff
lot.
up.
You two are people who have created TTRPGs. This one's all you guys.
Make stuff up. If it's wrong, that's good because you're one step closer to getting it right. If it's right, that's good because you're right.
Truly, my suggestion is if this is like, if it's something you want to actually try to get into, go to the platform itch.io and look at game jams. There are a lot of jams that people put out there for tabletop games. Itch also does a lot of like indie computer-based games things, but itch.io, there's game jams. People will host game jams. They'll be like, make a game about this thing and just write some stuff on a paper. Doesn't have to be good. Throw it in there, read a bunch of the other stuff that people put in, see what you like, try more, and just try. That's a thing I need to do more of, but I also have basically no time for the ideas
Well,
that I have.
yeah, of course, it all takes time, but I mean, just to point out something else about, like, you know, doing game jams too. It's another way to bounce ideas off people, and also, like, you know, you'll interact with people in that way and pick people's brains, right, in the same way that you get to do here. So
Let's see what else we got here. Real quick, because it was asked in the chat, and I think it's also asked on here. DM tips, Daisy. Anything you got as an actual professional DM?
I think I'll reiterate what I said before, but it's ask questions, build on the answers, play to find out what happens. That's not the style of every GM, but my personal style, what tends to work well, ask questions of your players. They are there to experience something that they want to enjoy. So ask what they're interested in, put that in there. Build off those answers just like that. Twist them to make them a little interesting. Put little pitfalls maybe. But then play to find out what happens. That's kind of the improv stuff. You don't need to know what's going to happen. If something interesting happens, you can change all of your plans to go a different way.
Yep.
If the clock for Tapu Koko is doing something fills up, Tapu Koko is gonna do something.
Yep. Yeah, biggest piece of advice: do not be afraid to be wrong in your universe. I have come into this show, at least, with multiple different ideas of, like, this is where I expect them to go and I'm ready for it. And then a player will say, you know what, I'm going to turn right instead of left, and that throws my entire thing out of whack. If that happens, it's not a problem, because your players are playing the game and they've made the decision in the game to play the game the way they want to play the game, and it's your job as the game to make sure that there's something that exists on that side. And with a podcast like this, you can always, especially the way that we do it, you can always look backwards to have ideas about things going forward. Part of the reason why I like to still edit these episodes and I don't outsource it, like I've shared it with these two folks, just to make my job easier in terms of, like, things to do, in terms of a workload. But if I still want to be an editor on the show, partly because editing old episodes gives me ideas for editing, or for ideas that I can introduce in newer episodes. So that's the big thing that I think. Just don't worry about being wrong, because even when you're wrong, you can still be right in some way when it comes to this. So we're sort of building off what Daisy was saying previously.
that last point is half the excuse. I still make you name all the episodes I edit.
It makes me still think about it.
Yeah.
What do you use to record your podcast, and how do they help? I use the microphones. I use the laptop. We use Zencastr as our recording area of choice. It is a paid software. There are free versions out there for other things. Would recommend finding one that fits your budget. So the fact that thanks to Patreon support, we're able to afford Zencastr, because without Patreon support, then we would be paying out of pocket and it'd be harder to make episodes. So shout out to you guys. And hopefully the content that we produce assists in that way. What happened to the history book? The history book exists. It is, instead of a history book, it is a wiki page. So shout out to the folks that run the Not a Scratch wiki. That is being steadily updated over time. So shout out to all of you for making that history book a thing.
Did they mean the actual Not a Scratch history book, or did they mean like the history book?
That's a good question.
Because we also don't do that bit much anymore.
The
Right?
history book, we recap episodes.
No, but we don't pull out the history book and read it. We just say what happened.
Well, yeah, because we've outsourced that part. That's where the wiki comes in.
Oh, of course.
It's constantly updated. You should check that out. You can check the website www.notascratchcast.com, which has access to the wiki, or just find the wiki itself. I don't have the link off the top of my head, but
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna open a fresh incognito tab because I just want to see if you Google, if you Google Not a Scratch wiki, you'll find it.
perfect. All right, I'm going to run through some of these questions very quickly. Who bombed the train? I need to mention it. There you go. That's it. Mohammed, why'd you sell the
He
gummy?
said the thing.
I said the thing. Mohammed, why'd you sell the gummy?
I plead the fifth.
There you go. Let's see. Have you done a face reveal? And if so, are you ever going to? On this specific show, no. I generally don't do face reveals. It's not me privacy-wise. It's just me not bothering to have a camera and editing thing. If you want to see Mohammed's face, you can check out his channel, but you have to subscribe first. And
Thank you.
Daisy, I don't know if you're...
You can play games with me as a professional GM.
There you go. That's it there. So I don't hide my face. I just don't use my face. What else we got here real quick? Let's see. What can you tell us about Rotom? Fun fella. Probably going to play a role going forward. What's the best advice you would make to someone? What's the best advice you would give to someone making a podcast? Don't be afraid to fail. Start, and when you start with multiple episodes. Don't start with one. Make sure you have 5, 6, 7 in the Black Vault, and then publish. Like what we did, first few days, have 4 episodes out. Because that helps algorithmically, that helps the content-wise. The same thing with like YouTube channels. If you start a YouTube channel, don't start a YouTube channel and just have one video on it. Start a YouTube channel with multiple videos on it. So that if they go see your content and see that you're actually somebody that's already produced some stuff, then they're more likely to continue watching your videos. So would recommend that there. Either of you two,
Also,
advice podcast.
The thing I would say podcast wise, and this kind of applies to any sort of content creation, is if you're making content for the sake of, making the content and trying to do numbers, it'll be a much more stressful kind of experience, right? Make content that you genuinely would enjoy and genuinely would consume, because then it's a win-win, right? Either you've made some fun content that you genuinely enjoyed making and genuinely enjoyed the process of editing and reviewing and all of that, right? You'll either actually enjoy it and it won't feel stressful, or the flip side is the big dollar sign go burr, right? So
Yep. Daisy, podcast advice?
It is fun. It is time consuming though. As I always say, I do wish I had the time to actually go back and boot up Two's Company again, but I don't think that'll ever go on. I have ideas for how I wanted to continue that, but it's a lot of time, but make sure you have fun.
I'm gonna second that and emphasize that, because people think that the biggest roadblocks to doing content things is like equipment or money or like, you know, any of that. No, the roadblocks are time, energy, and motivation.
Yeah.
Those are the roadblocks, and like anything you can do to either make those feel like less of a roadblock or to actually remove those as roadblocks is gonna help you out. Which is why, like, we like Daisy and I both said, make sure it's something fun, make sure it's something you enjoy, because that makes those roadblocks seem much less fun.
Yep. Final question. There are more. I apologize, Intellion Spy, that we didn't get to all of your questions, but we went through a bunch of them fairly. So, shout out to you, and maybe I'll save these for a future one, for future Q&As and stuff like that. Final question that Intellion Spy has asked, the chat has asked, and of course I have to credit Fran for being the initial one for this. What's a question that I forget how exactly Fran words it? What's a question that you expected to be asked, and what's the answer to that?
Yes.
Either of you. Anything you thought you would be asked?
That's the way Fred puts it.
That's really interesting. Anything I thought I would be asked?
I mean, while Daisy thinks, I can tell y'all my honest answer,
Go for it.
Yeah.
which is
There is a chance that I
genuine.
will interrupt for 1 second. There is a chance that it was asked as one of the questions that I didn't get to, but I don't think so. But in case,
Yeah, Honored, I'll fact check you on yours, but my answer is kind of the same as it always is, and is kind of the MO I have anytime I come to my computer to hop on Zencaster with these goons. Is zero expectations, genuinely. Like, for me, part of the fun of this experience is coming in not knowing what to expect, and so yeah, I did not have. I what did I even do? I filled up my water bottle and I walked over and I sat down to Zencaster and I was like thinking about this Q&A, and my thoughts were, how am I the first one in this Zencaster?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can think of anything. Like, y'all asked questions that I was more or less thinking we're gonna show up. I guess maybe. No, because you got questions about why have I been such a goober. Got questions about One Piece. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I expected to get some questions about my script that I've written for the rest of the show.
There is something I'm surprised we weren't asked about. I wasn't on it. It's on how were we not really asked about this? No one really asked about that mess that was Arc 6 episode. What was it? 22, 21, whatever the penultimate episode was. No one asked about that. People heard us lose our minds over Heme and had no further questions, apparently.
That might be my big question is just, we asked about the Piplup, but it was more of just like what's up with the Piplup, not necessarily like about
Like,
the
what
Piplup.
were y'all doing?
Yeah, like
I
why?
feel like
does
the
it
point
get
gets across.
Which, to be fair, like it's not a like. It's more of like, I'm surprised no one reiterated the question, because it's pretty self-explanatory. We all had 0 brain cells.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I expected maybe to be asked how many minutes of us laughing did I have to cut.
Right. Something like that.
But I
The
think
answer, less than you think.
from my first pass on that editing, it was at, oh gosh, what was the full thing? It was almost like 2.5, 3 hours, right?
Oh, right, it was a long recording. Oh my god.
The first pass went from that mess to like just over 45 minutes. And that was
God,
like
right.
truncating plus like cutting a lot of unnecessary stuff. But then I somehow got it down to wherever the heck it was.
That not shortest episode of all time, but it's in the bottom 5.
Yeah.
Eli, I thought about asking Muhammad how he felt about the Piplup returning, but I didn't know what else to ask about it. Muhammad, how'd you feel about the Piplup returning?
There was nothing else to ask. It was all laid out on the table, Eli. It was just,
it worked out much
listen,
better.
there was excitement, and then it just went from there.
I was so excited that they thought I didn't know what was happening.
That's true. I'm like, do you know who this Piplup is? And it's like, yeah, I know who this Piplup is.
And I was like, I know. I realized before anyone else.
That is true.
did.
Yeah. I think it's just mainly questions about the Piplup, and glad that they came back. The problem is, I've used that button now, so I can't bring the Piplup back to the same effect, right? I can't use that as my "whoa, audience is happy" card, because I've used it now. So
No, the beauty and like the bittersweet thing about that episode is you kind of have to retire Heem on that.
Heem's
as
done.
sad as it is, like if Heem never happened, that Piplup can come back anytime.
He was so good, he had to retire.
Onward, all you had to do was just spell him correctly, and we could have brought him back.
Oh man. But yeah, I think that's where we will end this. This is easily the longest Q&A we've ever done, I think, by a mile.
This is the single longest, this is probably the single longest not a scratch recording we've ever had.
Very
'Cause
probably.
we're gonna cross the 4-hour mark here, since not from like the start of the stream, like from when we started recording before the stream started.
Right. Are we not over it?
We're at 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah. So we're basically
So
there.
we're gonna cross over it. Is what I is. You know,
I mean,
And I
what's the
don't know if we
combined
had a
Heem
4-hour
plus
recording.
post show?
We're not.
Well, yeah, we've had days where we've gone this long, but we haven't had a single recording go this long.
Just remember, bringing back Susie will never get old. That's true. Cut it in 20 seconds, probably can. But this will be the end of the Q&A. Thank you for everyone that has submitted questions. Greatly appreciate all of the support this past year-ish, 6-month-ish that was Arc 6. Arc 7 will start eventually. We have not started recording Arc 7, so it's probably going to be at least a couple of weeks for where you'll see this Q&A, the remaining summary episodes, a trailer if I remember to do that, so on and so forth. So I will. I'm not sure if you heard that. I will. I think close it out here. I think pretty much. Thank you everyone for listening, watching, and supporting. Any goodbyes you want to say before we goodbye?
I don't know.
Any thanks? Any comments?
Thanks for letting me be here.
Yeah, guys. Unfortunately, Daisy's coming back.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I'm sorry.
But no, yeah, I'm excited for Arc 7. I'm excited for where it's going to go. I have good news. I'm kind of forced to, because otherwise it's going to be weird. I'm kind of forced to bring the Piplup back for like at least the first 10 minutes. So, because you got to give the boat back.
Oh, right, continuity.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have to.
Just
I'm not
cut.
going to lie.
Drive the boat away.
There is a. I'll say it here because I don't know. Why not? Maybe I'll use it. Maybe I won't.
Okay, to be fair, we actually don't have to see the Piplup, because we could just go back to the dock and then just drop off the key like right by the house, and then like, oh yeah, Piplup, like Heem's not here. All right.
Yeah, that's true. But there is a small part of me that really wants to do this, but it's not a good. It's a funny idea, but I don't think it's a good idea story-wise. Where we just start off the next episode, like doing like halfway through the finale, and and the entire arc is just So I guess you're wondering how I got into the situation, and we just do 19 episodes of that. I don't-
Honored. As funny as that would be, I don't know if you could pull that off like without telling us where it's like, because you'd have to tell us exactly where we end up. You could do it in post where we just record an entire arc, and then you just manage to finesse everything in post to make it seem like we're doing that.
Also, it would cause us to be very reckless, because then we would have the supposition that we make it to the end.
That is
That
true.
is
Yeah,
true.
that would make the
Nothing
assumption
can
that you
hurt
survive.
me.
Okay, but also, when at any point in this show have I been genuinely fearful for Kyle's safety? Never. Kyle's got it. Kyle's that guy.
Yeah, we just started off with the end. It's like, so you open your eyes and you see yourself in front of Hoopa, who's currently cursing you out for some reason, and just go from there.
It's because we forgot the spinach dip.
I think that's a perfect place to end this. That's our closer, guys. We forgot the spinach dip. Thank you, everyone, for listening, watching, and supporting in any way, shape, or form that you do. I'm gonna go to the ending slide here just to make sure that it's official. Appreciate you all for joining us here, and thank you for joining the Q&A. Again, uploads will be weekly. We'll do the summaries, the trailer, and all that sort of stuff. This Q&A session, and then Arc 7 will begin. We'll do a little announcement and everything. So, thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, Discord. Join the Discord. It's in the chat. It's right there, actually. You can see it if you're watching, or in the description. For the podcast folks, for the people on Twitch, thank you for listening, watching, and supporting in any way, shape, or form that you do. I've been your PM, DM, GM, Andrew himself. That's how I do it.
Yeah, I've been Muhammad.
I've been Daisy.
And until next time, everyone, appreciate you so much. Take care. Goodbye.
Bye.
I was so ready for Otteru to forget how the outro went. I was so ready. I was gonna pounce on that so hard. Oh my god.
So fun.
I don't know if my
So-
little comment there actually made it into the stream or not.
It
I
did.
don't
The stream is still live, actually. They can still hear you. Huh. That's funny.
Oh.
know. Yeah.
For folks at home, because we stopped the Zencaster recording at our end. Thanks, everyone. Until next time, take care. See ya.
Bye.